The question that haunts every medical historian who has studied the Kursk salient is deceptively simple. On a single summer evening in July 1943, as a field hospital tent stood illuminated by failing daylight and the first kerosene lanterns, how many men lay on its canvas stretchers who would not see the sun rise? The records, when they survived the war's chaos and were later filed away in archives across several countries, offer numbers, sometimes precise, sometimes scattered across handwritten ledgers in fading ink, but they cannot capture what the orderlies and surgeons actually witnessed when dusk fell over that vast, churning landscape of armor and blood. Picture it, if only in your mind's eye, the evening of the 4th of July, 1943. The Kursk salient, a bulging section of the Soviet front line near the villages whose names would echo through military histories for decades to come. The sun has begun its descent beyond the western horizon, casting long shadows across a steppe that, hours earlier, had witnessed the opening of what would become the largest tank engagement in the history of warfare. The fighting has not stopped, not entirely. Somewhere beyond the immediate ring of the German medical installation, artillery still rumbles, still punctuates the air with its terrible percussion. But there exists now a fragile, temporary lull, as if both armies are drawing breath. And it is in this lull that the world of the field hospital becomes visible. The smell reaches before the structure itself does. Cordite, that acrid, metallic ghost of fired ammunition, drifts across the darkening grass like an unwelcome phantom. Beneath it, threading through in layers, is something else entirely. The sharp, astringent bite of antiseptic solutions, phenol and carbolic acid, the chemical perfume of human effort to impose order upon the chaos of trauma. These odors do not blend, precisely. They exist alongside one another, occupying the same space in an uneasy coexistence. An olfactory map of what lies within the canvas structure that has, over the course of a single brutal day, become a repository of suffering and the site of desperate, methodical compassion. The tent itself is not remarkable in appearance. It is a standard German field hospital marquee, constructed from heavy canvas, its frame fashioned from wooden poles and rope lashing. It has been erected in what was, yesterday, a wheat field. Small lanterns hang from the interior poles. Not many, not yet, as fuel is always a consideration, and through the canvas walls, that lantern light glows with an amber, almost sacred quality in the deepening twilight. The light seems to pulse slightly, responding to the movements of those within, a surgeon turning to a fresh instrument, an orderly shifting a wounded man's position to ease his breathing, a medical clerk bending low over a ledger, recording yet another name, yet another wound designation, yet another small contribution to the endless documentation of individual catastrophe. The distant guns continue their conversation. They are not close, not immediately threatening, at any rate, but they are present in a way that no one inside the tent can ignore. That background percussion of artillery, that steady reminder that the lull is temporary, that the ground beneath the tent could become a battlefield itself if the fluid military situation shifts decisively, creates a peculiar atmosphere inside the canvas walls. It is almost meditative. The chaos of the morning, the mad rush to prepare for the cascade of casualties, the shock of opening one's ears to screams and the sounds of gasping breath and the wet sounds of trauma. All of that has been absorbed, channeled, made routine through repetition and necessity. What remains, as evening settles in, is something quieter. Not peace, never peace, but a kind of settled focus. If you have ever wondered what it might have looked like, on that particular evening, to be part of the German military medical service at the very moment when one of history's most pivotal battles was fundamentally reshaping itself into something unexpected, something that would ultimately prove catastrophic for German strategic ambitions. If you have ever felt curious about the perspective of those who stayed behind the lines, who did not operate the great tanks or fire the artillery, but who instead worked in these canvas rooms to piece together the human consequences of industrial warfare, then you might consider subscribing, because what we are about to explore is not the broad narrative of Kursk, but rather the granular, intimate, and historically documented experience of Wehrmacht medical personnel confronting one of the most intensive casualty situations of the entire war. The darkness deepens, the lantern light flickers, and somewhere in that tent, a surgeon washes his hands for the 20th time that day and prepares to look at the next man who will be brought in on a stretcher, not knowing whether the next hours will bring 50 more wounded or 500, not knowing whether his supplies will last until dawn, not knowing, in fact, whether his own survival and that of his colleagues is guaranteed, only knowing that there is work to be done and that the work, whatever it might cost, must somehow continue. The date was July the 5th, 1943. The morning had begun before dawn, in darkness so complete that men could barely see the tanks ahead of them, row upon row of panzers and stugs massed in assembly areas across a front that stretched for more than 100 kilometers in either direction. The commanders knew what was coming. The men in the ranks knew. Even the medics, moving quietly through the pre-dawn stillness to positions they would hold for the next 72 hours, understood that this was to be something different from the battles that had come before. This was Operation Citadel, or Unternehmen Citadel, as the Wehrmacht called it, though soldiers in the field would speak of it more simply as Kursk, and Kursk would become, by the end of that first day, the largest tank engagement the world had ever seen. The strategic moment had arrived after months of deliberation. The Germans had lost the initiative on the Eastern Front after their catastrophe at Stalingrad 6 months earlier. They needed to regain ground, to restore momentum, to prove to their allies and to themselves that the Wehrmacht could still dictate the terms of warfare against the Soviet Union. But the Soviets had not been idle. They had built defences of almost incomprehensible depth, multiple lines of anti-tank ditches, minefields stretching across entire villages, fortified positions arranged in echelon, one behind another, so that penetrating the first meant driving into the fire of the second, and the third, and the fourth. The Kursk salient itself was a geographic feature that invited encirclement. The Soviets had anticipated a German offensive there, and they had prepared ground that would turn any assault into a furnace. The Wehrmacht knew this. The High Command had been arguing about whether Citadel should even be launched. Field Marshal Erich von Manstein, the architect of the southern prong of the attack, believed that speed and surprise could still achieve a breakthrough. Model, commanding the northern assault, was less certain, though he too committed his panzer divisions to the attempt. The operation was delayed twice, then scheduled for July 5th. By that date, Soviet fortifications were ready. Soviet reserves were massed. The Germans were committing perhaps 300,000 men, thousands of tanks, and all of this to achieve what they hoped would be a decisive victory. But the medical services were being tasked with something equally enormous, preparing to handle casualties on a scale they had never before encountered. Think for a moment about what that meant. Every division had its medical apparatus. Every army corps had its hospitals. The entire Sanitätsdienst, the medical service of the Wehrmacht, had been organized and trained for field conditions, but nothing in the institutional memory of even the most experienced surgeon could have prepared them for the velocity and volume of what was about to arrive. When the first assaults began, when the panzers rolled forward across those prepared killing grounds and into the teeth of Soviet artillery, the casualties would not arrive in ones or twos. They would arrive in dozens, then hundreds, then in waves that would not stop for hours. A single tank, hit by anti-tank fire or blown apart by a mine, could produce 4, 5, 6 men requiring emergency treatment. Multiply that across the hundreds of tanks committed to the assault, and the mathematics of suffering became almost abstract. The medical chain had been established days before. Stretcher bearers and Sanitätssoldaten, the medical orderlies and field medical personnel, had been distributed throughout the combat units. Main dressing stations had been sited, their locations chosen to balance accessibility with safety, though safety was largely theoretical on this front. Evacuation routes had been mapped. The assumption was that the fighting would move forward, that the breakthrough would occur, and that casualties would be handled in the familiar pattern: first aid at the point of injury, evacuation to forward aid stations, then transport to rear hospitals as the front lines shifted. But what the planning documents could not account for was the human reality of the opening hours. When men began dying, when the screaming started, when the Sanitätsoffiziere, the medical officers, first saw the nature of the wounds that modern armor and modern explosives could inflict upon human bodies, the procedures that had been outlined in manuals began to bend under the weight of reality. The sun rose that morning on fields already stained with blood. The preliminary artillery barrage had been intense, concentrated. The initial assaults of the armored divisions had resulted in savage fighting around the first Soviet positions. By mid-morning, the field hospitals were receiving their first overwhelming surge of wounded, and the staff who had been standing by, relatively calm, suddenly found themselves working in conditions of controlled chaos. Surgical teams scrubbed their hands in canvas basins. Anesthetists prepared their ether and chloroform, knowing that supplies were finite. Orderlies began setting up operating tables, arranging instruments, trying to create spaces of clinical focus amid the rising noise and confusion of a field hospital struggling to absorb hundreds of casualties in a matter of hours. This, then, was Kursk on its opening day. Not strategy, not grand maneuver, but the immediate, visceral reality of trying to save lives while death arrived at an industrial pace. The battle itself would continue for weeks, but the critical days, the days that truly tested the medical service to its limits, were the first 3. And it was in those first 72 hours that the Wehrmacht's doctors, surgeons, orderlies, stretcher-bearers and chaplains would face a trial that some would remember, if they survived at all, for the rest of their lives. The aftermath of modern mechanized combat, rendered not in statistics or tactical diagrams, but in the quiet struggle of healing that unfolded in canvas tents lit by gasoline lanterns, while the thunder of artillery continued unceasing in the distance. It's worth pausing here for a moment, because what you're about to hear requires a particular kind of attention, the sort that unfolds slowly, without rush, allowing the details of medical history to settle into your mind like sediment in still water. The story of how an army heals itself under fire is not one that yields to hurried listening. It demands a certain quietness from us, an openness to the ordinary courage of people working by lamplight in canvas tents, struggling against pain and blood, and the grinding uncertainty of whether their efforts would matter by morning. If you've found yourself drawn into this narrative, if there's something about the intersection of history, medicine, and the intimate human moments that occur within the machinery of war that speaks to you, then you might consider subscribing to this channel. We explore these kinds of deeply researched military history documentaries regularly, the sort that move at a pace designed to inform without exhausting, to illuminate without sensationalizing. Each one has been constructed with careful attention to primary sources, to the voices of those who were there, and to the peculiar moral and technical challenges that faced people trying to do right by one another when everything around them was breaking apart. These are stories that deserve to be heard in a state of genuine receptiveness, not while you're rushing between tasks or fragmenting your attention across several screens. There's something almost sacred about the act of listening carefully to how ordinary people navigated extraordinary circumstances, how a young medic, with barely 6 months of training, learned to recognize who could be saved and who could not, how a surgeon worked by the light of a single lamp with instruments that were never quite adequate, how a nurse's hands learned to move with both efficiency and gentleness even as exhaustion began to blur her vision. The medical history of warfare is, in a very real sense, the history of human resilience meeting technological devastation. It's where we see most clearly the gap between what war is supposed to accomplish, some abstract political or strategic goal, and what war actually costs in the most concrete, physical, irreversible terms. And perhaps more importantly, it's where we see how people respond to that cost, not with despair or paralysis, but with improvisation, with careful thought, with the stubborn determination to save lives even when resources are desperately thin and the odds seem stacked against them. When you subscribe, you'll receive documentaries that move at this same pace, that trust you to sit with complexity rather than reduce it to easy conclusions. We don't hurry through historical material as though facts were merely items to be checked off a list. Instead, we let the narrative breathe. We examine contradictions. We acknowledge where sources conflict or where our knowledge remains incomplete. History, real history, is never as tidy as the headlines suggest, and there's a kind of intellectual honesty that comes from admitting that plainly. The Wehrmacht's Sanitätsdienst, the medical service you're about to explore in close detail, represents a fascinating case study in how a modern military institution approached the problem of mass casualties. They inherited traditions from the Prussian medical service, innovations from the First World War, the constraints of Nazi ideology, the pressure of fighting a two-front war, and the persistent shortage of supplies that plagued the German war effort from 1943 onward. To understand how they worked, how they failed, and where they sometimes succeeded despite overwhelming obstacles, is to understand something profound about how human systems respond to unprecedented stress. And there's more here than mere technical history. The history of surgical techniques, the evolution of triage principles, the logistics of moving wounded across dangerous terrain. There's also the quieter history, the emotional and psychological history of what it meant to be a doctor or a nurse or a stretcher bearer in that situation. What did you see that you couldn't unsee? What decisions haunted you afterward? How did you maintain your humanity when you were required to make choices that would determine whether someone lived or died, and when you knew you didn't have the knowledge or the resources to make those choices with confidence? These are the questions that give medical history its depth, that transform it from a mere catalogue of procedures and statistics into something that touches the core of what it means to be human. And they're questions that deserve patient, careful exploration, the kind that only becomes possible when we slow down, when we listen without distraction, when we give ourselves permission to really think about what we're hearing rather than simply accumulating information and moving on. So if this resonates with you, if you find yourself wanting to hear more about the quieter histories, the stories that don't make it into the standard textbooks, the detailed reconstructions of how people actually lived and worked and struggled within historical moments, please do subscribe. Join us as we continue to explore these deeply researched military history documentaries at the pace they deserve, with the respect for their complexity that they demand. You'll have access to new investigations into the medical services of different armies, different eras, the evolution of battlefield medicine, the personal accounts of those who were there, and the careful analysis of archival material that brings these histories to life in ways that go beyond what you might find in a conventional history book. What remains now is to move deeper into the structures themselves, to understand how the Wehrmacht had organized its medical service in theory, and then to watch how that theory encountered the reality of the Kursk salient on the 5th of July 1943, when the guns opened and the casualties began to arrive, when every principle and every procedure was tested against the sheer weight of human suffering. The German military medical system that would face the chaos of Kursk was, in many ways, a carefully rationalized apparatus that had been refined and tested across years of continental warfare. It existed as a nested hierarchy, a series of concentric circles radiating outward from the most forward positions of combat, each level designed to receive, stabilize, and process human suffering in an orderly, almost clinical fashion that the exigencies of total war would soon render beautifully theoretical. At the very foundation of this structure stood the Sanitätssoldat, attached to each rifle company, a man trained in first aid and field dressing, carrying perhaps a small canvas bag containing bandages, tourniquets, and a morphine syringe or two. These men, there were typically 2 or 3 assigned to each company of roughly 120 soldiers, were the first responders to catastrophe, the ones who had to make split-second decisions about who could still fight and who needed to be moved back. They were not medics in the modern sense. They were hastily trained soldiers with a narrower skill set, and they operated under constant fire, which meant their decisions were often made in seconds rather than minutes, sometimes in near-total darkness or amid the deafening noise of artillery and small arms. Above the company level sat the Feldwebel der Sanitäter, a senior medical non-commissioned officer attached to each battalion, usually a man with somewhat more training and experience, perhaps a few years of service in the medical corps. His role was partly administrative, keeping track of the company aidmen, ensuring supplies were distributed and replenished, and partly operational, meaning he might move between company positions during an engagement, offering guidance and making decisions about which wounded could be evacuated and in what order. Then came what might be thought of as the first genuine medical facility, the Truppenverbandplatz, or company aid station. This was typically established a few hundred meters behind the front line, far enough back to be somewhat removed from the immediate chaos of combat, yet close enough that a wounded man could reach it within minutes. Often it was simply a hastily prepared dugout, a shell crater, or a reinforced building, marked with the Red Cross symbol if circumstances permitted. A Truppenverbandplatz might be staffed by a single Feldwebel and an Unteroffizier, a senior orderly, along with perhaps 2 or 3 other enlisted men trained in dressing wounds and moving casualties. The work here was not surgical, it was triage and stabilization. Bleeding was checked, wounds were dressed in clean bandages, and morphine was administered to those in severe pain. Men who could walk were sent back on their own or in small groups. The more seriously wounded were flagged for evacuation. Moving further back in the medical chain, one encountered the Verbandplatz itself, sometimes called the battalion aid station, or, in larger formations, the regimental aid station. This was a considerably more substantial operation, often a tent or a series of tents arranged in some approximation of a medical compound. A regimental Verbandplatz might have anywhere from 6 to 12 personnel, including officers with more formal medical training, and it represented the first level at which actual medical procedures beyond bandaging might be attempted. Fractures could be immobilized more carefully here, wounds could be irrigated more thoroughly, and men could be briefly observed before being sent onward or returned to duty if their injuries were minor enough. And then, at the top of this first tier of the medical hierarchy, stood the Hauptverbandplatz, the main dressing station. This was the facility that would come into sharpest focus during the battle at Kursk. A Hauptverbandplatz was usually established several kilometers behind the front line, in a location that offered some protection from artillery but remained accessible by ambulance and on foot. It might occupy several large tents, a captured building, or a series of hastily cleared barns. The staff here numbered in the dozens: surgeons, trained orderlies, nurses in some cases, and administrative personnel. This was where the most seriously wounded arrived, where surgical decisions were made, and where the flow of casualties could begin to feel overwhelming. Consider for a moment the organizational logic beneath this arrangement. The German High Command had inherited and adapted medical practices from the First World War, where similar hierarchies had emerged from hard-won experience. The idea was to move casualties backward through the system in waves, each station performing its designated function and then passing the patient onward. Speed of evacuation was considered nearly as important as the quality of care at any single station, because the longer a wound went untreated, the longer a man lay bleeding or in shock, the worse his odds became. Yet speed and treatment often worked against each other. The better the care available at a particular station, the more casualties tended to accumulate there, because surgeons could not resist the impulse to help, even when their resources were already stretched. Behind the Hauptverbandplatz, stretched further layers still, there existed the Feldlazarett, or field hospital, equipped with more surgical capability and more space for post-operative recovery. And behind that lay the Kriegslazarett, the rear area military hospital, sometimes located in towns far behind the lines, where elaborate surgical facilities existed and where men could spend weeks or months convalescing. Finally, for those too badly wounded to be returned to combat, there were transport routes home to hospitals within Germany itself. The Wehrmacht's medical service, or Sanitätsdienst, as it was formerly known, represented perhaps one of the few genuinely humanistic institutions within the Nazi military apparatus. Officers and men in the medical service were often, though certainly not always, moved by humanitarian impulses even while serving a profoundly inhumane regime. This is not to romanticize or excuse their participation in that system, but rather to observe that the impulse to heal and to reduce suffering existed even in contexts where those impulses were circumscribed by ideology and circumstance. The chief medical officer of an army group, the Oberarzt, was typically a highly experienced surgeon and administrator, a man who had worked his way up through the ranks over years or decades. He bore responsibility for medical supply, for the establishment and maintenance of hospital facilities, and for ensuring that casualties could be processed according to the system's design. But design and reality have always been distant cousins in wartime, and as the fighting at Kursk intensified, as the wounded began to arrive in numbers that far exceeded the planners' estimates, the elegant hierarchical structure would begin to strain and then to fracture under the weight of human suffering. Within the first minutes of intense combat at Kursk, before the organized machine of field medicine could even register what was happening, the first casualties would have reached what the Wehrmacht called the Truppenverbandplatz, the company-level aid station, the very threshold where a wounded soldier passed from the world of fighting into the world of healing. This was not a building. It was not even a permanent location. It was simply a place, chosen by the company commander and the attached medical orderly, usually in a shell crater or behind the trunk of a fallen tree, wherever the terrain offered the thinnest veil of shelter from machine gun fire and shrapnel. Picture, if you will, a late July morning as the first reports crackled back from the advancing companies. Men down, several men down, send aid. And somewhere in that chaos of noise and dust and acrid smoke, a single Sanitätssoldat, a medical orderly, often barely trained, would have been moving forward through the rolling steppe grass, a medical pouch slung across his chest, his face streaked with sweat, and possibly already with another man's blood. The Truppenverbandplatz existed in theory as the absolute anchor point of German military medical organization, yet it was perhaps the most fragile and uncertain link in the entire chain. A company of men, perhaps 150 soldiers, deployed across several hundred meters of front, would have one or sometimes two medical orderlies attached to it. These men carried little: field dressings made of gauze and cotton wrapped in paper packets, iodine or other antiseptic solutions in small bottles, perhaps morphine syrettes, those ingenious narrow tubes of morphine with their attached needle, designed to be pressed through cloth directly into a soldier's arm or leg, and, if he was lucky, a tourniquet fashioned from canvas strips. The company medical orderly was not a surgeon. He was not even remotely trained in surgery. His job was to accomplish something far more primitive and far more urgent: to stop the bleeding, to ease the pain enough so that a man could be moved, and to mark or label him in some way so that whoever received him at the next level of care would understand at a glance what had been given to him and when. Think of the practical geography of this moment. A soldier is hit, struck by a bullet or torn by shrapnel. If he is conscious and mobile, he calls out or crawls toward the nearest position of cover. The orderly, hearing the cry or seeing the movement, must navigate forward across open ground while the battle continues, while other men are still firing, while the risk of being hit himself remains acutely real. It is easy to imagine, from the comfort of distance, that there must have been some protocol, some orderly system by which casualties were reported and collected. In reality, in those first hours at Kursk, it was far more improvised than that. The chain of information was as fragile as a whispered message. A sergeant might pass word backward: 2 down, 1's bad. A runner might dash to the company commander's position. Word might spread through the men around a wounded person, and slowly, if conditions permitted, the orderly would make his way to them. Once there, in those first minutes of contact with a casualty, the Sanitätssoldat faced decisions that would shape the next hours of that man's life. Was the wound survivable with basic first aid? Was the man bleeding catastrophically? Was there a fracture, or was it primarily soft tissue? Could the soldier walk with support, or would he need to be carried? The dressing station at company level was rarely more than a shallow trench or a position behind some natural feature of the terrain where the orderly could work with marginally greater protection. There, with perhaps another soldier assisting him, the orderly would have applied pressure to wounds, wrapped dressings, perhaps injected morphine if pain was severe. The whole process might take 5 minutes, or might be interrupted by a sudden change in the tactical situation, a counterattack, an order to fall back, an artillery barrage that forced everyone to flatten themselves against the ground and wait for the shells to pass. The fundamental challenge of the Truppenverbandplatz was this: it was not stable. It moved with the fighting. It ceased to exist when the company advanced. It became inaccessible when positions were overrun. It was entirely dependent on where the company happened to be at any given moment. And at Kursk, the company positions were changing constantly, being pushed forward and back in waves of assault and withdrawal. A casualty treated at a Truppenverbandplatz at 8 in the morning might find himself, by noon, in a completely different location as the front moved. The orderly who treated him might himself be killed or wounded within the hour. What this meant in practice was that the first aid station was often more a fleeting moment of human kindness and practical action than a stable waypoint in a patient's journey. Here is where the psychology of the medical chain becomes visible. Every German infantryman knew that if he was wounded, he faced a window of time, perhaps 30 minutes, perhaps an hour, during which he needed to reach the next level of care, or his condition would deteriorate irreversibly. A tourniquet could save a limb from bleeding to death, but it could only be maintained for so long without tissue damage beginning. Pain relief from morphine might wear off before the wound could be properly treated with anesthesia and instruments. Infection risk began the moment the wound was exposed to air and contamination. The Truppenverbandplatz was not, therefore, a place where one lingered. It was a place where you were rapidly processed and prepared for movement to the rear. This brings us to one of the quieter but more persistent difficulties of Kursk's medical operations, the question of who moved the wounded. The Truppenverbandplatz was close to the fighting, which meant it was dangerous for anyone to remain there unnecessarily, but it was also only marginally connected to the formal ambulance and transport network. Ideally, a stretcher party or an ambulance driver would have arrived from the next level of medical organization to collect casualties and carry them rearward. In practice, especially in the opening hours of battle when thousands of men were being wounded simultaneously across a front that extended for more than 100 kilometers, that ideal broke down almost immediately. Fit soldiers had to be detached from their units to carry wounded comrades on stretchers. These stretcher bearers themselves became casualties, or they became lost in the confusion of the shifting lines, or they simply could not keep up with the number of wounded men who needed moving. One can imagine a scene of quiet, desperate improvisation, a company commander assigning 2 or 3 men to carry a severely wounded soldier rearward, those men leaving the front line reduced, their firepower diminished, all in the hope that they would find someone at the battalion aid station who could take the casualty off their hands and allow them to return to their unit. The Truppenverbandplatz, then, was less a medical facility than it was a threshold, a moment of transition where a man ceased to be a soldier engaged in combat and began to become a casualty, a patient, someone whose fate was now partially in the hands of others. The medical orderly who operated there was performing an act both profoundly simple and profoundly significant. He was reaching out into the chaos and saying, in effect, "You are not alone, we see you, we will do what we can." The first dressing applied, the first words of reassurance spoken, the morphine that took the sharpest edge from pain, these were the opening words of the conversation between the wounded man and the medical service. Everything that followed, every instrument and every technique, every decision made in brighter light at a more organized station, flowed from this initial moment of contact, and in the grinding heat of July 1943, in the deafening noise of an artillery barrage that would come to be remembered as one of the heaviest bombardments in military history, that moment was precious beyond measure. Most of the men who became Sanitätssoldaten, medical soldiers of the Wehrmacht, were not chosen for any particular aptitude with blood or suffering. They were assigned. A draftee might have indicated some schooling, some literacy, or perhaps was simply present when an officer needed to fill billets for medical training. In the spring of 1943, with the Eastern Front stretched across 1,000 kilometers and casualties mounting, the Wehrmacht's medical corps was absorbing men at an accelerating rate, and the training was often rushed, compressed into weeks rather than months. The basic instruction took place in quieter sectors or rear areas, usually at a Sanitätskompanie, a medical company training ground. New recruits learned anatomy in the abstract at first, bone names, the path of major blood vessels, the vulnerable organs beneath the ribs. They practiced bandaging techniques on straw dummies and on one another, wrapping gauze and cloth strips in prescribed patterns, the figure 8 for joints, the spiral for limbs, the head wrap that required both hands and a steady mind. They were taught to recognize shock, the peculiar pallor that comes when blood pressure drops and the body begins its slow collapse. They memorized the different types of fractures, the signs of internal bleeding, the distinction between a wound that might be salvaged and one that could not. What the training could never truly prepare them for, though, was the sound, not the distant rumble of artillery or the crack of rifle fire. Soldiers heard that on the range or in brief attachments to frontline units. But the specific sound of a man's breathing change when he realizes he has been wounded, that moment between impact and understanding, the peculiar silence that sometimes follows a shell burst, as if the earth itself has held its breath, and then the voices, rising in urgency or desperation or shock. The Sanitätssoldat, assigned to a company or battalion, carried a Feldverband packet, a field dressing packet issued to every soldier, but they typically carried several, along with larger rolls of bandaging material. They wore no weapon, or sometimes carried only a pistol for self-defense, though regulations varied, and many served at the front without even that. They wore an armband, often white with a red cross, marking them as medical personnel, though in the chaos of combat, such armbands offered little reliable protection. Some soldiers found the visibility reassuring. At least one knew at a glance which man might help them. Others found it a kind of target, and there were documented instances across the war where deliberate fire was directed at men marked as medics, regulations and conventions notwithstanding. The psychological weight of the work accumulated from the moment a man took up the role. In training, the hierarchy of triage was taught as a logical, almost mathematical problem. The lightly wounded could wait. The heavily wounded, who might yet live, were priority. The dying were made comfortable, but were not to consume resources desperately needed for those with a chance. In theory, it was clear. In practice, triage was often made in the space of seconds, by men with limited training, under fire, with no guarantee that the decisions they made were correct. When a Sanitätssoldat reached the Truppenverbandplatz, the forward company aid post, he might find himself alone, or with perhaps one other medic and a non-commissioned officer. The aid post itself was often just a shell crater, a hollow between ruined buildings, a foxhole with canvas stretched overhead. It was positioned as close to the front as possible, while still offering some minimal shelter, perhaps 200 or 300 meters behind the leading elements. During moments of relative quiet, it was a place of waiting, checking inventory, refilling dressing packets from larger medical supplies when they could be brought forward, maintaining the stretchers and carrying poles. When the fighting intensified, it became something else entirely. A wounded man would arrive, often carried by comrades, sometimes dragging himself. The Sanitätssoldat had perhaps 30 seconds to assess. Was the man conscious? Could he speak? Where was he hit? If the abdomen, prognosis was grim without surgery, and surgery was not here. If the arm or leg, was the blood arterial, that bright red spurting that needed immediate tourniquet and pressure, or venous, dark and flowing more slowly? Could sensation be felt below the wound, suggesting the spinal cord was intact? The decision was made almost in a trance, from muscle memory and training, but also from intuition and luck. Some men found they had an aptitude for it, the capacity to compartmentalize, to set aside the fact that the person before them was someone's husband or son, to think only of the medical problem. Other Sanitätssoldaten struggled, haunted by the decisions they made, wondering in the night if they had triaged correctly, if the man they had classified as expectant, a classification that meant comfort care only, might have lived with different choices, if resources had been different, if they had not been so tired or so afraid. The equipment a medic carried in his field bag included morphine syrettes, small single-dose containers that could be administered for pain, usually injected directly through clothing into the thigh or arm. There was a morphine pencil, a small marking stick that was used to write the time and dose on a soldier's forehead or chest, so that the next medic further back in the chain would know not to overdose him. There were sulfanilamide powders to sprinkle into open wounds, a newly developed advancement that significantly reduced infection rates but was never in supply. There were tourniquets, though the crude cloth strips and sticks that often served this purpose were less reliable than the manufactured versions. There was iodine or alcohol for such disinfection as was possible, and increasing amounts of gauze and cloth. The weight of the bag itself was often considerable, perhaps 30 pounds, and it was typically carried on the back or slung across the shoulder, leaving the medic's hands free for lifting, carrying, or occasionally steadying a soldier who had lost his balance. In summer, the weight became oppressive, the heat of the Russian steppes making every movement laborious. In winter, the cold could numb the fingers needed to work with delicate bandages. Many Sanitätssoldaten developed a particular hunched posture from years of carrying the bag, shoulders sloped, spine curved, as if they were permanently bent toward the needs of the wounded. The training had provided knowledge, but knowledge was not the same as wisdom, and certainly not the same as courage. The Sanitätssoldat had to move in terrain where others were trying to kill him, to bend down over a wounded man, knowing that he himself might be shot while doing so. He had to make decisions with incomplete information, to see suffering he could not adequately relieve, to watch men die despite his efforts. And in the morning, when it began again, he had to return to the same place, carrying the same weight, making the same impossible choices, knowing now from experience exactly what he might see. The vast Kursk salient presented a geography of constraint that would define how wounded men could be moved, where they could be treated, and whether they survived the journey at all. Picture the landscape as the Germans and Soviets themselves saw it in those first hours of July 1943, not as a map on a wall, but as a series of connected distances measured in mud, artillery range, and the speed of a horse-drawn ambulance struggling across rutted earth. The salient itself was a bulge in the front line, roughly 120 kilometers north to south, and perhaps 100 kilometers east to west at its widest point. And this enormous pocket would become, in many ways, a vast open-air operating theatre where geography was literally a matter of life and death. The German forces attacking from the north and south faced a problem of terrible elegance. The closer a field hospital could be positioned to the frontline aid stations, the faster wounded men could reach treatment. Yet the closer it stood to the fighting, the more vulnerable it became to artillery, air attack, and the sudden ruptures of a collapsing line. Most Hauptverbandplätze, those main dressing stations where the most urgent surgical work took place, were positioned somewhere between 8 and 15 kilometers behind the jumping-off positions, a distance that could be covered in perhaps 40 minutes to an hour by a motorized ambulance on a decent road, or 2 to 3 hours by horse-drawn wagon when the going was difficult. But roads near Kursk, particularly in the rainy season that had haunted the offensive, were far from decent. The terrain itself was what German Army Group South's planners called broken, which meant endless shallow valleys, ravines cut by seasonal streams, and rolling hills dense with birch groves and sparse oak forests. These were not mountains, but they were not flat steppes either, and for men carrying wounded on stretchers or driving ambulances, each valley meant a detour. Each forest presented a question of whether to risk the open road or thread through tree cover that might hide ambush or simply become impassable in mud. The roads that did exist were a legacy of the Russian Empire and the early Soviet state. Some were decent gravel or macadam in the towns and along major supply routes, but most were simply hardened earth tracks, and when the July rains came, as they often did around Kursk, these roads transformed into rivers of black mud that could mire an ambulance for hours. Consider what this meant for the movement of wounded. A Sanitätskraftwagen, a 3-ton motorized ambulance painted with the Red Cross, could theoretically carry 6 to 8 seriously wounded men, or more if they were lightly injured, but only if the roads allowed speed. In practice, on the track roads around Kursk, a driver would move at perhaps 10 kilometers per hour in good conditions, and sometimes far slower when vehicles ahead had become stuck and needed to be winched free. In the chaos of the opening day of the offensive, the roads were also congested with supply trucks, ammunition carriers, and the constant backward flow of medical personnel themselves seeking to relocate to less dangerous ground. A man bleeding from a shrapnel wound to the abdomen, lying in the dark interior of an ambulance bouncing across rutted earth for 2, 3, sometimes 4 hours, faced not only infection risk, but also the danger that his internal injuries would worsen with every jolt and swerve. Horse-drawn ambulances, called Sanitätswagen, were in many ways more reliable than motorized vehicles in such terrain. A good cavalry horse could pick its way across broken ground and through light forests where a truck would stick fast. These wagons moved more slowly, rarely faster than 8 kilometers per hour, even in open country, but they were less likely to become trapped, and because they could detour around the worst obstacles rather than pounding through them, the ride was sometimes less violent. However, horses also meant dependency on fodder supplies that were themselves stretched thin during an offensive, and men with severe wounds sometimes did not survive the slow swaying journey in a horse-drawn wagon at all, particularly if the wound involved massive blood loss and there was no way to transfuse or even apply meaningful pressure while in motion. The salient's geography also created what might be called medical dead zones, areas where the distance from the front to the nearest Hauptverbandplatz was simply too great for the most severely wounded to survive transfer. The deepest penetrations into the salient during the opening thrust, perhaps 30 or 40 kilometers, meant that men wounded in those areas faced ambulance rides of 4, 5, or even 6 hours to reach a facility where they could receive anything beyond basic first aid. In the summer heat and dust, and particularly when wounds were accompanied by severe burns from tank crews abandoning burning vehicles, such delays often meant the difference between a man who could be saved and one who would be lost to shock, infection, or simple exsanguination long before reaching a surgeon. The Soviets, defending from prepared positions with intimate knowledge of their own territory, had also laid out their medical network with the geography in mind, though they faced different constraints. Their field hospitals were positioned along internal lines where they had years to prepare, which theoretically should have made evacuation more efficient. But Soviet roads and logistics were also severely strained, and the volume of wounded from the intense initial barrage often exceeded what nearby facilities could absorb, forcing ambulances to divert to hospitals farther back, adding more distance, more time, more danger to men already in critical condition. Both sides, German and Soviet alike, also had to contend with the simple reality that the geography that allowed good defensive positions was the same geography that made rapid evacuation difficult. A German Sanitätssoldat might need to navigate a stream ravine to reach a wounded man, then figure out how to carry him back up the far slope without aggravating his injuries. Similarly, a Soviet stretcher bearer might find that the best route to an aid station required crossing open ground that had become a killing zone. The geography of the Kursk salient thus imposed a kind of terrible mathematics on the medical service. Every kilometer of distance was measured against blood loss, shock, and the clock of infection that began the moment a wound was inflicted. The evacuating ambulance driver, navigating by fading light and instinct along a road that seemed barely to exist after hours of rain, was not simply moving patients to treatment. He was racing against the very landscape itself, and the landscape, in those first days of Operation Citadel was rarely generous to those who depended on its cooperation. Behind the forward aid posts, perhaps 2 or 3 kilometers back from the immediate roar of tank engines and anti-tank rifles, the Hauptverbandplatz took shape in the gathering dusk. This was the main dressing station, the true gateway to organized medicine on the Wehrmacht's eastern front. Picture the preparation of this space as the sun dipped toward the horizon on that first day of Kursk, the light turning amber and then deepening to violet. The ground here, in the shallow valleys and copses near villages, whose names most German soldiers would never learn to pronounce correctly, offered a fragile sanctuary from direct fire, though never true safety. The surgeons and senior medical officers had arrived hours before the heaviest casualties, positioning themselves with the methodical care of men who understood that geography itself determined survival. The canvas tents themselves, heavy, off-white Wehrmacht issue, stinking faintly of mildew and rust from their Soviet predecessors, were arranged in a pattern that had evolved through 2 years of Eastern warfare. 2, sometimes 3 large operating tents formed the spine of the Hauptverbandplatz. Around them clustered smaller receiving tents, sorting areas, a pharmacy station, and quarters for the orderlies who would rotate in and out of consciousness before the first night was through. The tents were not luxurious. Indeed, they were merely canvas stretched over wooden frames, with wooden duckboards laid on the trampled grass to keep the blood and fluid from pooling into mud. Do you know that the Wehrmacht standardized these tents early in the war? They proved efficient, if basic, easy to erect, easy to abandon when the front shifted, as it so often did. The entrance to each operating tent was veiled with heavy canvas flaps, both for light discipline and for a thin, precious barrier against the flies that already gathered in the July heat. Inside, the real work began at tables. Wooden surgery tables, really, portable enough to pack into ambulances, sturdy enough to bear a man's full weight and the surgeon's concentrated force. Kerosene lanterns hung from the tent poles, their flames protected within tin reflectors that threw a concentrated, slightly trembling circle of light across the table itself. The glow was inadequate by peacetime standards, by war standards, by the standards of a field hospital with perhaps 30 minutes before its first rush of wounded. It was a miracle of visibility. The light caught the glass bottles of instruments soaking in basins, scalpels, forceps, bone saws, the heavy retractors needed to hold open a chest or abdomen so the surgeon could see what lay beneath the catastrophe of tissue. The smell of those tents was complex and layered. Carbolic solution, sharp and biting, rose from the basins where instruments swam in disinfectant. Ether, precious beyond its weight in morphine, was already being measured into bottles. Do you know that the Wehrmacht's Eastern medical services faced chronic shortages of anesthesia? The ether supply was rationed, carefully counted, because once it was gone, a surgeon performed without it. There was also the faint, almost wholesome smell of fresh canvas, and underneath that, the metallic ghost smell of dried blood from previous operations, previous casualties, previous days at Kursk, whose wounded had already moved on or already died. The very fabric of the tent seemed soaked in it. The instrument trays were laid out in meticulous rows, scissors in descending sizes, hemostatic forceps in patterns that varied slightly from surgeon to surgeon, because each man had his preferences, his habits formed through years of cutting and tying. Bone drills, operated by hand, a slow, grinding effort if fracture demanded realignment. The newer field surgical kits included ligature materials sorted by gauge, wrapped and pre-counted. Gauze pads, stacked in neat piles, their sterile papers just beginning to whisper open. Sulfanilamide powder in tin cans, that miraculous white dust that had changed infected wounds from death sentences to recoverable traumas. The powder sat in prominence, within easy reach, because the surgeons at Kursk understood what their predecessors in the First World War had learned through bitter trial. Infection killed more men than the first injury ever could. The powder was their first, and sometimes only, defense. Alongside the surgical tables stood smaller triage stations, where initial sorting would occur. These were not operating areas but stations of decision, of the terrible judgment that separates those who would go directly to surgery from those who would receive temporary dressings and hope for stability. The table surfaces were clean, scrubbed really, by orderlies under the supervision of the senior Feldwebel of the medical section. They knew what was coming. The senior surgeons had briefed them that morning on the scale of the operation about to unfold. Operation Citadel was meant to be decisive, and the medical service had been informed of the expected casualties with a frankness that left no illusions. Hospitals up the chain, at army level and beyond, had already been warned. Trains were being readied, beds were being cleared. This was not a local engagement, but perhaps the largest armoured clash the world had yet seen, and the Hauptverbandplatz at Kursk was positioned to receive the hemorrhage of it. The pharmacy corner of the main dressing station held perhaps the most precious inventory on the entire position: morphia in glass vials, stored in felt-lined boxes, atropine for shock and for certain types of poisoning, though poison gas was less a fear than in earlier years of the war, bandages in graduated sizes, some plain linen, some impregnated with iodoform or salicylic acid to promote healing and prevent gangrene, a few precious bottles of penicillin, not many. This was still 1943, and German production of antibiotics lagged behind the Allies, but enough to mark a shift in what was possible. The pharmacist, a Gefreiter, with careful hands and careful eyes, checked his inventory one more time as the sun fell lower. He counted the bottles. He knew, without being told, what the margins were. If the casualties exceeded 15% of fighting strength in the assault divisions, the supplies would be adequate but tight. If they exceeded 30%, some soldiers would do without. The receiving area, where ambulances would discharge their loads of broken men, was positioned at the eastern edge of the Hauptverbandplatz, away from the surgical tents, but close enough for rapid movement. The ground here had been cleared of the largest rocks and the worst of the mud. Two orderlies, barely 20 years old and already veterans of field medical work on the Eastern Front, arranged wooden benches and cleared spaces on the ground for those who could not yet move. They laid blankets, not from compassion alone, but from pragmatism. The blankets marked areas and soaked up the fluids that came with trauma. The benches would fill quickly, they knew. The benches always filled quickly. As full darkness came on, a generator, a diesel engine mounted on a field cart, was tested and then left running in a small depression beyond the tent line, its sound muffled somewhat by the terrain. The generator powered electric lights in the main operating tents, lights far brighter and more stable than the kerosene lanterns alone could provide. The sound of the engine became background, accepted, part of the rhythm of the place. One surgeon stood outside the largest tent, smoking a cigarette, looking toward the northwest, where the artillery fire had begun to build in intensity. His face was shadowed, but his posture suggested a kind of grim readiness. He had done this before, at Stalingrad, at Kharkov, at the Kursk salient already, weeks earlier, in an earlier phase of the war's endless appetite. The question was not whether he could manage it. The question was what version of himself he would find on the other side of the night. As the afternoon deepens toward that first dusk of Operation Citadel, the orderlies begin to hear what they have been dreading since dawn: the distant grind of engines and the hollow percussion of boots on gravel roads. The first ambulances are arriving. It begins not with a rush, but with a kind of reluctant trickle. A Sanitätskraftwagen, pulls up to the canvas threshold of the main dressing station, and two orderlies in blood-stained armbands move forward to meet it, their movements suddenly deliberate, stripped of any remaining hesitation. The vehicle's rear door swings open, and the smell reaches the dressing station before the men do, not merely blood, but the sharp metallic reek of it, mingled with burnt flesh, cordite residue, and something altogether more subtle and darker, the smell of a man whose body has been opened by shrapnel only hours before, exposed now to dirt and shock and the accelerating work of infection. The first casualty is a Gefreiter, a lance corporal, from an anti-tank gun crew near the northern shoulder of the salient. He is conscious, which means he is already ahead of many who will follow. His left arm hangs at an angle that arms are not meant to hang, the fracture visible beneath bruised skin, and his uniform tunic is soaked dark from shoulder to waist. The Sanitätssoldat who carried him from the front lines, a thin man named Becker from Hamburg, with steady hands despite his own tremor, lowers him gently onto one of the three triage tables positioned just inside the tent flap. There is a deliberate placement to this. The urgently wounded arrive here first, into the light of the kerosene lanterns, where decisions must be made in seconds, sometimes in truth, in less time than that. The triage process at a Hauptverbandplatz exists in that peculiar space between the clarity of surgical knowledge and the fog of overwhelming need. The principles are ancient in outline, yet the language in which the Wehrmacht medics organize them carries that particular Germanic precision which characterized their approach to every function of war. There are three categories, spoken aloud to the orderlies in the quiet, almost ritual tones of men who are themselves still adapting to what they will witness. The Leichtverwundete, the lightly wounded, those who will live, whether treated now or in a few hours. The Schwerverwundete, the severely wounded, those who will die if not operated on immediately. And the moribund, the dying, toward whom the triage officer must sometimes turn with the gentleness of a confession and the immobility of stone. The Gefreiter with the shattered arm is examined with a speed that seems almost casual until one understands its purpose. The triage officer, Oberarzt Müller, a surgeon in his late 40s who trained in Vienna in a different world, places his palm on the casualty's abdomen and applies pressure. The man gasps. Müller's fingers move upward, feeling for the peculiar hardness that speaks of internal bleeding, that tells the story of whether this soldier needs the operating tent now or whether he can wait. He checks the pulse at the neck, rapid, but not yet at that desperate gallop that means a man is bleeding out, and he looks at the wound again. The fracture is bad, certainly. The blood loss is steady but not catastrophic. The arm will likely be saved, or at least the shoulder. There is something else, though, a secondary laceration on the right flank, thin and shallow, from where shrapnel has grazed him. Müller lifts the tunic with careful fingers and peers. No evisceration. The bleeding here is from small vessels only. Within perhaps 30 seconds of the Gefreiter's arrival, Müller has already catalogued him, Schwerverwundete, but not immediately life-threatening. Second priority, surgical repair needed, but not in the next 5 minutes. The soldier is marked with a piece of tape, a system so simple in its elegance that one wonders why it took centuries of warfare to arrive at it. One piece of tape indicates the category of wound, the priority for surgery, and it moves with the casualty through the medical chain like a silent testimony to the assessment that has just occurred. The Gefreiter is moved gently onto a stretcher by 2 orderlies and carried deeper into the tent, toward the post-operative ward, where he will be bandaged. His arm will be splinted with cardboard and plaster, and he will be given a small cup of schnapps and some reassurance in a low voice before morphine is injected into his good arm. But as the Gefreiter is being moved, Another ambulance has already pulled up, and another. By the time the sun has truly begun to sink, there are 6 men waiting at the triage tables, and the lantern light has begun to take on a quality of peculiar intensity, as though it is burning brighter against the approaching darkness rather than illuminating it. One of these new arrivals is a private named Schultz, burnt across much of his left side. His tank was struck by anti-tank fire, and he had been unable to exit the turret quickly enough. He lies on the table with the strange quietness that sometimes accompanies the most severe shock. His breathing is shallow. His eyes are open, but they are not looking at anything in the room. Müller examines him and very quietly says the word, moribund. There is a pause, and the orderlies move him to a separate space, a corner of the tent where he will be kept warm, given water if he can drink, spoken to if he can hear, but not subjected to the violence of surgery from which he has no probability of waking. This decision is not spoken of loudly. It is not agonized over in front of the other patients. It simply happens, and life's triage moves forward. What is peculiar about triage, when one sits with it in the quiet of contemplation, is that it is not a new invention at all. It is a system that has existed in military medicine for at least 2 centuries, though the organized vocabulary for it came later. And yet here, in the summer of 1943, at Kursk, with the greatest tank battle in history unfolding across the steppe, a surgeon like Müller is applying principles that would have been recognizable to the surgeons of Napoleon's Grande Armée. The French surgeon Dominique Jean Larrey, who accompanied Napoleon into Russia in 1812, had observed that on a vast battlefield with limited resources, the goal could not be to save everyone. That dream is always a dream, but rather to allocate the limited time and materials toward those for whom intervention made the difference between death and survival. The lightly wounded could wait, the dying could be made comfortable, but the severely wounded, the salvageable, they were the focus. And so the triage officer, standing in the tent light with blood already drying on his sleeves, was merely the latest iteration of a principle born of hard necessity and brutal clarity. As more wounded continue to arrive through the evening, the tent begins to take on a rhythmic quality, almost like a pulse. A man arrives. He is examined. He is sorted. He is moved. Another man arrives. The system has built within it a kind of exhaustion already. The orderlies are moving more slowly than they were at the beginning, and the triage officer's eyes have begun to take on a glassiness that comes from making too many quick judgments, each one carrying weight that cannot be set down. One casualty, a gunner from an artillery unit with shrapnel embedded in his thigh, but otherwise ambulatory, can walk to the post-operative area on his own with only minimal assistance. Another, with what appears to be a minor head wound but symptoms that suggest serious concussion, is placed with the Leichtverwundeter only for Müller to double-check him 5 minutes later, his concern rising, moving him to priority. Triage is not a single moment of decision. It is a process of reassessment, of watching and waiting to see if the initial judgment holds, or whether a man's condition is deteriorating more rapidly than the first examination suggested. By the time true darkness has settled over the salient, the flow of wounded has become more than a trickle, but not yet the flood that will come in the hours ahead. There are perhaps 20 men now in various stages of initial assessment and treatment within and around the Hauptverbandplatz. The orderlies have begun to move between patients more carefully, avoiding the splashing of blood across boots and trouser cuffs, a small courtesy to themselves that will be abandoned entirely within the next few hours. The surgery tent beyond has begun to glow with a different kind of light, the glow of prepared instruments, of sterilized field, of the beginning of the work that will not truly end until dawn, and then not even then. And so the triage process unfolded, that first day at Kursk, a system that seemed almost choreographed in its sorting of the broken bodies arriving in waves. But the origins of this careful categorization, this sorting of the suffering into degrees of urgency, stretched back much further than 1943, to a time when warfare itself was being transformed by the machinery of industrial nations, and doctors were forced to reimagine what saving lives could mean when there were far too many dying bodies and too few hands to tend them. The story begins in the Napoleonic Wars, at the turn of the 19th century, when artillery became the dominant force on European battlefields, and the casualties changed in both scale and character. A French surgeon named Dominique Jean Larrey, serving with Napoleon's Grande Armée, found himself confronting a problem that previous wars had rarely presented in such brutal clarity. There were simply more wounded men than could possibly be treated if each received equal attention and time. The traditional approach to battlefield medicine had been almost haphazard, a matter of doing what one could for those who could reach the surgeon's tent, while others lay suffering in the darkness beyond. But Larrey, observing the mathematical impossibility of this approach after the cannon fire at places like Austerlitz and Jena, began to think systematically about how to maximize the number of lives saved, rather than simply treating those who happened to arrive first. What he developed, and what he called a system of rapid triage, though the word itself would not gain common use until much later, was elegant in its ruthlessness. Larrey organized the wounded into categories based not on rank or nationality, but on the severity of their injuries and the likelihood that prompt treatment would save them. Those with minor wounds that did not threaten immediate life could wait. Those with injuries so catastrophic that survival was impossible, even with treatment, would be made as comfortable as possible, but would not consume the surgeon's most precious resources, time, and the limited supplies of chloroform or laudanum available in field conditions. And those in the middle, those who could be saved if treated quickly, whose injuries were serious but not yet fatal, would receive priority. It was a calculus born from necessity, and it represented a profound philosophical shift in how medicine understood its duty on the battlefield. The term triage itself did not crystallize until the early 20th century, when French physicians began formally documenting these sorting principles in medical journals. The word came from the French verb trier, meaning to sort or to pick out, and it carried within it all the weight of that cold necessity. By the time the First World War engulfed Europe in 1914, triage had become formalized doctrine, taught to medical students and field surgeons with the certainty of mathematical law. The Austro-Hungarian Empire, the German military medical service, the British and French armies, all had adopted versions of Larrey's system, refining it through experience, though the underlying logic remained unchanged. And yet there is something peculiar about studying the history of triage, something that sits uneasily beneath the surface of the clinical description. It forces one to contemplate the question of who decides, and by what measures, that one human being's suffering matters more or less than another's. The German surgeons working in that canvas tent near Kursk in July 1943 were not, in their moment of decision, thinking about Dominique Jean Larrey or the Napoleonic Wars. They were looking at bleeding men, listening to their cries, making split-second judgments about who would lie on the operating table first, and who would wait in the gathering darkness. Yet they were, whether they knew it or not, participants in a long historical continuum that had begun nearly a century and a half earlier, when a French surgeon first looked at the mathematics of suffering and began to sort. The interesting thing about Larrey's original framework was that it was not purely utilitarian in the coldest sense. He believed, and this belief shaped German military medicine through its own institutional development, that the soldier with the severed artery, the one who would die without immediate intervention but could survive with it, represented the truest duty of the physician. This wounded man had not yet passed beyond the threshold where medicine could act. He occupied that crucial middle ground where skill and speed could alter destiny. In this way, Larrey's triage system was not just about efficiency, though it was certainly that. It was also a statement about the doctor's fundamental purpose: to fight death where death could still be fought, to marshal resources toward the borderline cases where human intervention still held meaning. By the time the Deutsche Heeres-Sanitätsdienst was organizing its field hospitals at Kursk, this philosophy had been absorbed so completely into military medical training that it required no justification. The young Sanitätssoldaten and the experienced surgeons moving through those tents were following procedures that had been tested and refined across multiple European wars. The sorting of the lightly wounded from the severely wounded, the identification of those who could be transported immediately from those who needed immediate surgery. All of this was Larrey's legacy, transmuted through time and implemented in the particular conditions of German military organization. And perhaps the reason this history matters, in the quiet hours before sleep, is that it reminds us that even in the darkest institutions, even in the machinery of modern warfare where human suffering was industrialized on scales Larrey could scarcely have imagined, there remained this thread of rational compassion. These doctors and orderlies at Kursk were not monsters, whatever the ultimate purposes they served. They were men trained in a tradition that taught them to think carefully about how to save lives when resources were finite, when the impossible had become routine, when every decision meant that someone would live and someone else would wait, and perhaps would not survive that waiting. The question of whether this system was just, whether it could ever be just, would outlive the Second World War and echo through every military medical service and indeed through civilian emergency medicine for decades to come. But in those first hours at Kursk, in the candlelit tents where German surgeons bent over the shattered bodies of their own soldiers and captured Soviet prisoners alike, the triage process was simply what it had always been since Larrey first conceived it, an attempt to impose order on chaos, to save as many as possible rather than to save none, to make every decision about a human life count for something against the vast indifference of industrial slaughter. By mid-morning on July 5th, the real catastrophe was unfolding. The initial probing attacks had given way to something far heavier. German Tiger and Panther battalions from the 4th Panzer Army were moving in coordinated waves toward the villages surrounding Prokhorovka, and the Soviet armored response, unexpected in its ferocity, was creating a collision that neither side had quite anticipated in its full scale. For the medical services of the Wehrmacht, this moment marked the transition from preparedness into something closer to overwhelming necessity. The steady trickle of wounded that had arrived through the early hours suddenly became torrents. What began as controlled flow through the Truppenverbandplatz stations deteriorated into something resembling organized chaos. The first aid men, those Sanitätssoldaten working directly with company sections, found themselves suddenly swamped. A man could carry bandages and tourniquets and morphine syringes for perhaps 10 or 12 serious casualties if he was quick and careful. But when 3 tanks from a single platoon were knocked out within minutes, and the armored personnel carriers came next, and then the supporting infantry took machine gun fire from positions they had not expected, the mathematics of emergency medicine broke down entirely. Some aid men were working on their 4th or 5th casualty without having moved from the same spot of trampled grass, calling for stretcher bearers who were themselves somewhere in the smoke, tending to other wounded. The scale had changed. The tempo had accelerated beyond what even experienced field surgeons had been trained to absorb. The evacuation routes to the Hauptverbandplatz, the main dressing stations, were becoming choked. This was partly a matter of geography. The roads radiating outward from the battle zone had been surveyed and prepared, yes, but roads in the steppe near Prokhorovka in July are not always reliable. The soil is dark and rich when dry, nearly black, but summer rains had fallen weeks before, and the earth beneath maintained a kind of hidden moisture. As ambulances, some motorized, some drawn by horses, moved along these routes, they kicked up immense clouds of dust that hung in the July heat. Behind each convoy came another, and the traffic moving the opposite direction, supply trucks, ammunition carriers, replacement troops hurrying toward the front, added to the congestion. What should have been a journey of an hour became 90 minutes. What should have taken 90 minutes consumed 2 or 3 hours. Men who might have survived with prompt surgery were instead lying on stretcher pallets in the backs of trucks, losing blood into canvas, their shock deepening with each jolt across the uneven ground. The surgeons in the main stations themselves began to feel the pressure mounting through their bodies in ways they had not anticipated. A surgeon who had trained in the First World War and then worked through the Polish campaign, the French campaign, Russia since 1941. Such a man knew what bloodied men looked like. But there is something particular about the compression of time when many wounded arrive simultaneously. The mind must make calculations at extraordinary speed. Which table has just been cleared? Which anesthesia apparatus is ready? Is there ether still, or are we down to the local anesthetics? Has anyone checked the sterilization? Where is the blood? Where is the next conscious soldier who needs a wound explored, who might lose a limb, who might die on this very table if we hesitate one moment longer? The burns began to arrive in greater number as the morning progressed deeper into afternoon. Tank warfare creates burns in ways that infantry combat does not. A shell-penetrating armor creates a furnace of heat and flame inside that confined space. Men who crawled out did so with their uniforms charred, their exposed skin a red-black landscape of thermal injury. These wounds were extraordinarily painful, the nerve endings screaming their distress, even as the deepest tissue damage precluded any sensation at all. Morphine was administered liberally, but there was never quite enough. The sanitator distributed it in small syrettes, a quarter grain at a time, hoping to preserve stock. Doctors knew they faced hours or days ahead with many more wounded still to come. The shrapnel wounds presented a different surgical problem. The shell fragments that came from both German and Soviet artillery, the machine gun bullets, the explosive blast injuries, these created wounds with characteristics that demanded careful exploration. A fragment might have entered at one point and traveled through tissue along an unpredictable path, or it might have fragmented further inside the body. Surgeons had to open wounds, search, clean, irrigate, and close layer by layer. Each operation consumed perhaps 30 minutes to an hour. If 10 surgeons were working, that meant perhaps 10 men processed per hour, possibly 20 if some were minor work performed by senior orderlies who had learned through years of war. But the arrival rate was exceeding this. By early afternoon, maybe 3 or 4 hours into the crisis, the holding area around the main stations was full. Wounded men lay on canvas pallets, on blankets spread on the ground, in whatever shade could be found. Some were conscious and aware of the delay. Others had drifted into shock, a kind of merciful half-sleep where time ceased to matter much. The psychological interior of this situation is worth imagining quietly. The doctors and senior orderlies, men who had learned their craft in surgical amphitheaters and university hospitals before the war, were now making decisions that would determine whether individuals lived or died, whether they kept their limbs or lost them. These were young men in many cases, or middle-aged men who had been recalled from civilian practice. They had not joined the Wehrmacht because they loved it. They had joined because they were drafted, or because refusing was unthinkable in the society they inhabited. Now they were working by intention, by training, by habit and muscle memory, to save lives in an enterprise, the war itself, that none of them had truly chosen. The contradiction was not lost on them, though there was no time to contemplate it. There was only the next wound, the next amputation decision, the next prayer whispered that they had done everything right. The supply situation had begun to degrade as well. The dressing stations at divisional level and corps level had been stocked according to estimates of casualty flow. But estimates could be wrong, and the destruction of vehicles in the fighting, supply trucks were not exempt from shell fire, meant that replacement stocks were not arriving as scheduled. Bandages, gauze, iodine solution, instruments for surgery, all of these were being consumed at rates higher than the resupply line could sustain. Surgeons found themselves rationing materials that they would have preferred to use more liberally. A dressing might be changed once, when ideally it should have been changed twice. An instrument that should have been resterilized was instead wiped clean and used again. Such compromises are small in isolation, but compounded across dozens of wounded men, they begin to matter. Infection risk rises. The margins between recovery and sepsis narrow. By late afternoon, the scale of the fighting had become almost incomprehensible to those working in the medical services. New intelligence suggested that the battle was intensifying, that waves of Soviet armor were still engaging German formations, that the casualty count would likely remain high through the night and into the following day. The doctors and orderlies and chaplains working at the stations had to contemplate that they would likely not sleep, that they would work through darkness with lanterns and candlelight and whatever kerosene lamps could be found, that the chaos would almost certainly worsen before it began to ease. For some of them, this knowledge brought a kind of grim resolve. For others, it seemed like the opening door to a room they did not want to enter. By mid-morning on that first July day, the orderlies had already begun to recognize patterns in the injuries flowing past the triage tables. Each wound told a story not just of pain, but of the precise mechanism that had created it. The signature, you might say, of industrial warfare at the scale Kursk represented. The nature of armor-piercing shells, of tank ammunition, of the confined spaces in which men fought, all left their marks on the human body in ways that a field surgeon could read like text. The burns came first in the consciousness of everyone working that tent, not from artillery or from bullets, but from the intimate violence of mechanized combat. When a tank was hit by an anti-tank round, or when a mine detonated beneath one, the fuel and ammunition inside transformed the crew compartment into something approaching an oven. A man might escape the wreckage, might, through some alchemy of luck and reflex, climb free, but his skin would be charred, sometimes down to the subcutaneous tissue, sometimes blistered in patterns that followed the contours of his uniform. The face was often the worst. Men who had survived explosion frequently bore burns that consumed the features entirely, leaving only raw tissue and the terrible vulnerability of someone rendered unrecognizable to themselves. And here the doctors faced an immediate and grim choice. Was such a wound survivable given the supplies at hand? With limited ether, with no real burn unit, with infection guaranteed in this dust and heat, the calculus of triage became brutally economical. A severely burned soldier might be given morphine and moved to a quieter corner, not in abandonment, but in the acknowledgement that his survival would cost resources others might use to live. Shrapnel wounds formed the next layer of the hospital's daily census. These arrived in bewildering variety. A man might catch a shell fragment the size of a thumbnail in the upper abdomen and die within hours of internal bleeding. Another might be riddled with dozens of smaller splinters from a near miss, each one creating its own track of tissue damage, and yet walk into the aid station under his own power. The shrapnel from German and Soviet artillery behaved differently too. German shells, manufactured to tighter tolerances, tended to fragment into fewer, larger pieces that created deep, penetrating wounds. Soviet shells, sometimes of lower quality, broke into innumerable smaller fragments that peppered the body in ways that seemed random but often left the vital organs untouched. A surgeon could never know, simply by looking at entry wounds, where the foreign material had traveled inside the body. That was part of the terror. A man might have a superficial wound to the shoulder and internal damage to the lung. Another might be perforated through and through, the channel looking catastrophic on the surface, yet somehow the projectile had missed everything vital. Some fragment wounds became the province of the probe and the careful examination, taking time that in that overwhelmed tent was almost a luxury. Others required immediate decisions about whether to operate or whether the man had already crossed into the territory from which no surgery could return him. Then there were the blast injuries, perhaps the most psychologically disorienting to witness and treat. Pure concussion from the explosion of nearby shells, without any penetrating wound, could lacerate internal organs, rupture eardrums, cause catastrophic bleeding in the abdomen or chest from blunt force alone. A man might have no external mark whatsoever, and yet be dying from the assault his organs had received from the pressure wave itself. These were the patients who often confused the medical orderlies, because they seemed, at first glance, to be walking wounded, alert, ambulatory, complaining of pain, but not showing obvious trauma. And then, unpredictably, within minutes or hours, they would suddenly collapse as internal bleeding overwhelmed them. It was almost as if the body was playing a cruel trick, presenting an intact exterior while dying invisibly from within. The surgeons became attuned to the signs. The patient whose eyes suggested shock despite the absence of visible wounds, the man whose abdomen was slightly distended, whose respiration was becoming shallow. These told the story the skin could not. And then the crush injuries, the wounds of an age of machines. Tank treads weigh many tons. A man trapped beneath one does not simply experience a laceration. He experiences the compression and pulping of tissue, the shattering of bone into fragments that cannot be reconstructed, the creation of dead muscle that, even if the man survived the initial injury, would begin to decompose while still attached to his body. Crush syndrome, as the medical texts called it, brought another danger. As the muscles died and broke down, they released substances into the bloodstream that could poison the kidneys and cause sudden fatal collapse hours or even days later. A man whose leg had been crushed beneath a tank might be brought to the aid station, conscious and even seemingly stable, and yet he was essentially walking a path toward death if the limb could not be quickly amputated. The surgeons knew this. The paradox was stark. To save the man's life, you had to remove the limb while ensuring you removed it far enough up the leg that the living tissue began to bleed properly, that you were cutting through flesh that still had blood supply and warmth to it. Cut too low, and you left dead tissue that would fester and kill him anyway. In the particularities of each wound type lay practical difficulties that had no elegant solutions. Burns required constant wound care and protection from infection in an environment where sterility was a dream. Shrapnel wounds demanded exhausting searches. Was the fragment still in there? Where? How deep? Could it be left? And if so, would it cause problems later, or could the body wall it off naturally? Blast injuries required the kind of internal knowledge that could only come from experience, from having seen them before, from understanding the look of a man whose belly contained blood he would not long survive losing. And crush injuries meant the acceptance of amputation, of shortening men's bodies to save their lives, right there on tables in canvas tents, with the sound of ongoing artillery providing a kind of terrible punctuation. All of these wound types arrived simultaneously at the Hauptverbandplatz, sometimes dozens in an hour, each one demanding assessment, each one requiring triage, each one carrying questions that had no perfect answers. The doctors and orderlies moved through this landscape of trauma with a kind of focused numbness, not because they did not care, but because caring too deeply at that moment would have paralyzed them. And so they worked, categorizing, prioritizing, moving men from one station to the next, their hands becoming red with blood and dust, their eyes beginning to show the particular fatigue that comes from making decision after decision about who could be saved and how. Inside the Hauptverbandplatz, under canvas that glowed like old bone in the lantern light, the surgeons began their work. The operating table, a simple wooden surface really, padded with what looked like bundled linen, had been positioned near the center of the largest tent, where the light was most reliable. Around it, orderlies in pale uniforms moved with the economy of motion that comes from knowing every gesture matters when supplies are finite. Anesthesia at Kursk was a calculation of scarcity. The Wehrmacht's medical service had stockpiled ether before the operation, understanding that a battle of this scale would demand prolonged surgical work, perhaps lasting days without pause. But ether vapor rises and dissipates into canvas and into the evening air. It is not something that can be rationed easily once a bottle is opened. A surgeon faced with a man bleeding internally from shrapnel wounds, a man who would die without intervention, could not pause to conserve the ether for the next patient. Yet the next patient was always already arriving, his blood already staining the canvas floor. The senior Stabsarzt, the staff surgeon, had trained through the First World War and again through the quieter years between wars, and he knew the mathematics of what he carried into that tent. Ether, for perhaps a dozen major operations if used sparingly. Chloroform as a backup, less ideal, with a narrower margin between unconsciousness and toxicity. Novocaine for infiltration anesthesia, on wounds where general anesthesia might be withheld, and for those cases where the anesthetic supplies simply could not stretch further, there was the old method: local anesthetic, consciousness, leather between the teeth, and the surgeon's speed. It was a truth that no one spoke aloud during daylight, but every man in that tent knew it. The first soldier on the table that evening had taken shrapnel through the lower abdomen and one thigh. His breathing was shallow, his pulse already fading. The surgeon made his decision in seconds: full anesthesia. A cloth soaked in ether was held near the man's face, not quite covering his nose and mouth, allowing him to breathe air mixed with vapor. It took perhaps 3 minutes for consciousness to drift away. The man's body went slack. His eyes, which had been wide with a particular kind of terror that only a conscious, wounded man understands, began to lose focus. Then they moved. What followed was not gentle, but it was swift. The surgeon's hands moved with an exactness born of long practice and the knowledge that time was currency. The abdomen was opened with instruments that had been sterilized in boiling water heated over a field stove. Boiling water that had taken precious fuel to heat. The wound was explored. There was damage to the bowel. Sections were removed. The remaining ends were sutured with careful, precise stitches. The bleeding was controlled. Layer by layer, the abdomen was closed. 15 minutes, perhaps 20. The ether cloth was removed. The man's breathing continued, uneven but present. Sterilization in a field hospital was an aspiration more than a certainty. The instruments were boiled when fuel allowed. They were wiped with alcohol when the supply had not yet run out. The surgeon's hands were washed with whatever water was available, often from the same carts that had traveled through dust and mud. There was iodine solution when it could be spared. There was carbolic acid. The instruments lay on clean cloths between procedures, but the definition of clean had shifted considerably from the pristine operating theatres of Berlin. Out here, clean meant no visible blood from another patient, no mud visibly caked upon the metal. It meant intention, not guarantee. The lighting was a constant frustration. Lanterns provided the primary illumination, their flames casting shadows that moved subtly with every small shift in air pressure. A surgeon learned to move his head with deliberate slowness, keeping the shadow of his own hands from obscuring the field. Candles were positioned at angles calculated to reduce shadow while avoiding the heat near the ether-soaked cloths. There was danger in every source of light in that tent. By the second hour, the ether supply had been depleted for 2 major operations. The third surgery, a man with a crushed foot that would need amputation, proceeded under local anesthesia with a morphine injection that itself was rationed against the certainty of casualties still arriving. The soldier remained conscious. His eyes remained open, looking at the canvas ceiling. He did not cry out, though whether from stoicism or the fog of shock was difficult to say. The surgeons worked without speaking more than necessary. The foot came away. The bleeding was controlled. Morphine again. A bandage wrapped tight. He was carried out to make room for the next. By night, the surgeon's hands trembled slightly, whether from fatigue or from the accumulated weight of decisions made under shortage. It was impossible to distinguish. They had each, in their professional training, studied anatomy under conditions of plenty. They had practiced their cuts in cadavers and in early career under supervision. But this work was different. This work was calculation and compromise. This work was the art of choosing what could be saved when not everything could be. Around midnight, one of the assistant surgeons discovered that the supply of carbolic acid had somehow been mistaken for water by an orderly who had been awake for 30 hours. Several instruments had been treated with what was essentially sterilized nothing. A decision was made. The instruments were boiled again, with what precious fuel remained, and the error was absorbed. There was no time for recrimination. The next patient was already calling out from the receiving area. The surgeons did not sleep. There was too much work. There was always too much work. The surgeon standing over the operating table that night in July 1943 would have carried within him the accumulated scars of an entire profession's learning. Not scars of his own flesh, but of memory, the kind that shapes how hands move, how choices are made when time is measured in heartbeats rather than hours. To understand what those German field surgeons were doing in those canvas tents near Kursk, one must drift backward through time to the muddy charnel houses of the Somme and Verdun, where military surgery had learned its cruelest lessons just 25 years before. The First World War had been, in many ways, a catastrophic education. The old methods, the slow, careful surgeries of the 19th century, performed in relative safety behind the lines, simply could not survive the industrial reality of mechanized warfare. Millions of men were being torn apart by artillery and machine fire at a scale that no peacetime hospital had ever imagined. German military surgeons, like their French and British counterparts, found themselves forced to reinvent their discipline almost overnight. The question became not how to heal perfectly, but how to save the maximum number of lives with minimum resources. Out of that terrible necessity, the principles of triage began to crystallize. By the 1920s and 1930s, German military medicine had systematized what the trenches had taught them. They understood now that the old hierarchies of surgical ambition had to be abandoned. A man with a catastrophic abdominal wound, in the context of hundreds of casualties arriving simultaneously, was no longer a patient demanding a surgeon's full attention and expertise. He was instead categorized, with clinical coldness, as unlikely to survive even with intervention, and resources were redirected to those with salvageable injuries. This was not cruelty born of malice, but efficiency born of mathematics and the brutal arithmetic of mass casualty medicine. The German military system, which called itself the Sanitätsdienst, had studied and refined these lessons with characteristic Prussian thoroughness. They had created a hierarchy of surgical stations, each designed with a specific purpose and level of capability. The company aidman, the sanitator, received training in basic wound dressing and hemorrhage control, techniques that could be learned and practiced by men with limited medical background. As wounded moved backward through the chain, each station had greater resources and more skilled personnel. The field hospital, the Hauptverbandplatz, represented a kind of middle ground, surgically capable for emergency interventions, but not equipped for the prolonged, complex repairs that would wait for the rear area Kriegslazarett. What had changed most dramatically since the First World War was not simply the structure, but the mindset of the surgeons themselves. The older generation, those who had trained before 1914, often carried with them a lingering belief that a surgeon's duty was to attempt comprehensive repair. They struggled with the necessity of leaving wounds partially treated, of moving a patient along the chain before what they felt was complete care had been rendered. But the younger surgeons, those who had come through military training in the 1920s and 1930s, had been educated in this new philosophy from the beginning. They understood that their duty at the field hospital was triage, emergency stabilization, and rapid evacuation, not curative surgery. This distinction mattered profoundly in those canvas tents near Kursk. A surgeon might look at a severely burned man and know, from his training and from decades of accumulated case records, that the burns covered too much of the body, that infection and shock would claim him within days, regardless of what was done. And instead of investing hours in debridement and dressing, he would move that man to a quieter area, ensure he was given what comfort morphine could provide, and turn his attention to the soldier beside him, whose leg could be saved by amputation, whose life hung in genuine balance. The technical methods had evolved as well. In the First World War, anesthesia had been limited and crude. Ether was the standard, but supplying it to thousands of field hospitals across hundreds of miles of front had been nearly impossible. German surgeons had experimented with local anesthetics, with spinal blocks, with combinations of drugs that worked with limited supplies. By the time of the Second World War, these techniques had been catalogued and refined. Surgeons knew which procedures could be performed under local anesthetic alone, how to position a patient to use gravity as an aid to hemorrhage control, how to perform rapid amputations that would take perhaps 20 minutes rather than an hour. Sterilization practices, too, had advanced considerably. The First World War had taught bitter lessons about infection and gangrene. Surgeons had discovered, through tragic experience, that the old methods of simply rinsing instruments in whatever water was available led inevitably to gas gangrene and sepsis. By the 1940s, German military hospitals had protocols, perhaps not always perfectly followed under the stress of mass casualties, but protocols nonetheless, for boiling instruments, for using what limited quantities of chemical sterilants were available, for understanding which contaminated wounds posed the greatest risk of rapid, lethal infection. The question of what to do with contaminated wounds had consumed German military surgeons for 2 decades. In the First World War, many soldiers had died not from their initial wounds, but from the explosions of gas gangrene that followed days later, when Clostridium bacteria, present in the soil of the trenches and fields, bloomed in the anaerobic environment of deep wounds. By the 1930s, Surgeons had learned that aggressive debridement, the removal of all dead tissue, all contaminated material, offered the best hope of prevention. This meant more tissue removed, more amputation, more radical surgery, but it meant survival. And so the calculus of the field hospital became a strange optimization. Remove more, remove faster, move the patient along, and leave the complex reconstruction for those who had time and resources. Radiographic capability had also advanced since the First World War, though even in 1943, field hospitals had limited access to X-ray equipment. Those that did found the technology invaluable for locating shrapnel, for understanding the true extent of internal injuries. But most surgeons worked without such aids, relying on physical examination, on the feel of a wound beneath their fingers, on their accumulated experience with what certain injuries portended. The pharmacological arsenal had expanded as well. Sulfonamide drugs, discovered in the 1930s, represented a genuine revolution in infection prevention. These drugs could be administered systemically, carried throughout the body in the bloodstream, attacking bacteria before infection could establish itself. In the First World War, such a tool would have been unimaginable. Soldiers who survived their initial wound had often lost their lives to infection weeks later, in rear area hospitals. Now, if a soldier could be reached quickly enough, if he could be given sulfonamide powder in his wound and tablets systemically, his odds improved considerably. What had not changed, and could not change, was the fundamental constraint of physics and human limitation. A man can only work so long without rest. A surgeon can only operate for so many hours before his hands begin to shake, before his judgment becomes unreliable. In the First World War, surgeons had sometimes operated for 20, 30 hours without stopping, driven by the knowledge that each minute they spent away from the table meant other wounded died. By the 1940s, German military medicine recognized this and attempted, at least in theory, to rotate surgeons, to provide some rest. But in practice, particularly during the opening hours of Kursk, such rotations were luxuries that rarely occurred. The evolution from the trenches to Kursk represented not a transformation into something entirely new, but rather a refinement and hardening of lessons that had been paid for in blood and learned in agony. The surgeons of 1943 were, in a very real sense, the descendants of those who had survived the First World War and carried its bitter wisdom forward. They brought to their work a kind of resigned clarity, an understanding that in war, perfection is not possible, that the best one can do is incremental, that the measure of success is not whether a man is fully healed, but whether he lives to be evacuated to a place where true recovery might occur. This philosophical shift, this acceptance of limitation as wisdom rather than failure, was perhaps the most profound change in German military surgery across the decades separating the wars. As the afternoon deepened and the first surgical teams worked through their initial patients, a different kind of crisis began to unfold quietly in the corner of the Hauptverbandplatz. The surgeons could repair torn vessels, could ligate bleeding arteries with steady hands beneath the wavering light, but there remained a fundamental problem that no amount of skill could entirely overcome. The human body, once opened, once its blood begun to spill onto a canvas floor or soak into bandages, required something more than sutures and steady nerve. It required replenishment. It required blood. The Wehrmacht's blood transfusion protocols in the summer of 1943 represented a strange mixture of advancing knowledge and persistent scarcity. Unlike the American Medical Corps, which had invested heavily in refrigerated blood banks and donor recruitment programs, the German army relied on a far more immediate and precarious system. When a man arrived at the Hauptverbandplatz with massive hemorrhage, with color draining from his face and pulse fluttering like a bird caught in a cage, The medical orderlies did not have the luxury of typing his blood and drawing from a stored reserve. There was no reserve. There was only what could be gathered, moment by moment, from the men who were still standing. And so the orderlies would move through the hospital, identifying donors among the walking wounded, the lightly injured, and occasionally the convalescent soldiers recovering from earlier procedures. A man with a flesh wound to the arm, painful but stable, could lie on a cot beside the operating table and give blood to a comrade whose abdomen had been shattered by shrapnel. This practice, which historians sometimes describe as direct donor-to-recipient transfusion, carried its own peculiar tensions. The donor knew, in some dim and weary way, that he was being weakened to save another. The recipient, if conscious, received blood still warm from another soldier's body, a literal circulation of life through the community of the wounded. Some men offered without hesitation. Others, understandably, felt the weight of what was being asked. There was no formal coercion, but there was also something in the structure of the request, the authority of the medical orderly, the awareness that refusal meant watching another soldier die. The calculation was rarely spoken aloud. It happened in the shadows at the edge of consciousness, in the half-light of exhaustion. The technical apparatus available to the Wehrmacht surgeons for managing transfusion was, by the standards of the time, remarkably sophisticated. They possessed glass bottles and tubing, cannulas fashioned from bone or metal, and a detailed understanding of blood types that owed much to the German medical school's rigorous training in hematology. Yet knowledge and apparatus alone cannot overcome the simple fact of limitation. On this first full day of Kursk, with wounded accumulating faster than careful assessment could manage, with the operating tents filling with the sounds of saw and suction and the soft cries of men only partially anesthetized, the blood transfusion sets began to empty. How quickly can human blood be drawn? How many times can a donor give before reaching the threshold of dangerous depletion? These were questions the surgeons had to answer in real time, making decisions that rested partly on medical science and partly on intuition born from years of field experience. As plasma became scarce, as the afternoon wore on and the casualty flow showed no sign of diminishing, the medical teams turned to alternatives that reflected both desperation and a certain bitter ingenuity. The use of plasma, that component of blood separated from the cells themselves, had become more common in German medical practice since the early years of the war. Plasma could be stored, could be transported more easily than whole blood, and could be used regardless of blood type. But the production of plasma required facilities that were far removed from the front line, and the supplies that had been allocated to this field hospital had been calculated on the assumption of a more moderate rate of casualties. By early evening on the first day of Operation Citadel, those supplies were beginning to dwindle toward nothing. What followed was a kind of cascading improvisation. Medical orderlies began to prepare makeshift plasma substitutes using materials at hand. Solutions of salt and water, carefully proportioned, could serve to restore fluid volume to a soldier in hypovolemic shock, even though they could not replace the oxygen-carrying capacity of blood cells or the proteins necessary for proper clotting. These solutions, sometimes called physiological saline, had been in use since the 19th century, and their limitations were well understood. Yet in the face of certain death from blood loss, with a soldier's body growing cold and his breathing becoming shallow, a carefully administered infusion of salt solution could sometimes buy time. It could restore enough circulating volume to keep the heart pumping, to maintain pressure in the vessels, to give the body a chance to stabilize. It was not blood, but it was something. There exists in the archive a report, written some weeks after the battle and preserved in the records of the Wehrmacht's Medical Inspection Service, that describes how one field hospital surgeon improvised a transfusion setup using materials that were never intended for such purpose. The report is careful not to use the word desperate, but the implication is there in every line. The surgeon, according to the account, had run out of manufactured plasma bottles and was faced with a soldier who was bleeding out from a wound to the femoral artery, a wound that the surgeon had only just managed to control. The immediate solution came in the form of an empty glass wine bottle, requisitioned from somewhere in the orderlies' supply, carefully cleaned and sterilized. Tubing was improvised from whatever flexible material could be found. The plasma substitute was prepared from salt solution and what sources suggest may have been gelatin, a substance that had been investigated by medical researchers as a way to increase the viscosity of plasma replacements. Was this solution truly effective, or was it simply a way of allowing the surgeon to feel that something was being done? The historical record does not provide a clear answer, and perhaps that ambiguity itself tells us something important about the nature of field medicine in moments of overwhelming crisis. By the time darkness had fully settled over the Kursk salient, the blood transfusion crisis had become one element in a larger pattern of scarcity that was reshaping the entire tempo of surgical work. The surgeons were learning in real time that there were limits to what could be done, not because of lack of knowledge or lack of will, but because the basic materials necessary for keeping men alive were running out faster than they could be replenished. This realization would haunt the medical teams throughout the long night ahead, and it would become one of the defining features of what would be remembered about the medical response to Kursk. Not triumph, not the clear victory of skill and science over injury and death, but rather a constant negotiation with scarcity, a subtle acknowledgement that in the midst of industrial warfare, even the dedicated efforts of trained physicians could only bend so far the trajectory of human suffering before reaching the edge of what was possible. The ambulances themselves became the arteries through which the medical service circulated its lifeline across the rolling landscape of the salient, and their journey, often far more perilous than the journey of the wounded men within them, shaped the entire rhythm of casualty flow during those first burning hours at Kursk. The Wehrmacht's Medical Transport Corps relied on a peculiar mixture of motorized and animal-drawn vehicles, a blend born not of strategic choice, but of logistical reality. The Reich's factories, straining under competing demands for armor and ammunition, could never produce enough trucks to match the pace at which field hospitals generated wounded. So it was that horses still clattered along the same dust roads where Panther tanks thundered forward, and in this strange coexistence lay both the fragility and the stubborn resilience of the entire operation. The Sanitätskraftwagen, the motorized ambulance, represented the cutting edge of German medical mobility. These vehicles, typically converted Opel Blitz trucks or purpose-built Red Cross ambulances, could carry 6 to 8 wounded men in relative comfort compared to their horse-drawn counterparts, and their speed allowed medical personnel to shuttle casualties from the Hauptverbandplatz rearward to the next level of care with something approaching efficiency. Yet on the morning of July 5th, when the assault began in earnest, and the sky above the salient filled with the smoke of massed artillery, the roads themselves became obstacles rather than aids. The front lines were not static, they shifted and bulged and contracted as divisions of tanks swept forward and then encountered Soviet resistance, and the ambulance drivers, many of them middle-aged men, not the young soldiers manning the guns, had to navigate through an active zone of combat, reading the movements of their own advancing forces while avoiding areas where Soviet artillery spotters might anticipate their passage. Do you know the peculiar anxiety of a driver who must move through a landscape he cannot fully see, guided only by maps that are already growing obsolete as new reports come in from the forward positions? The horse-drawn ambulances, the Sandkraftwagen mit Pferden, moved more slowly, but with a flexibility that would serve them well once the roads became churned into mud by tank treads and shell craters. These were converted hay wagons, or two-wheeled springed carts, drawn by teams of 2 or sometimes 4 horses, capable of carrying 4 men on stretchers in relatively stable fashion. The horses themselves were a marvel of endurance that modern accounts sometimes overlook. The Wehrmacht's cavalry units had been mechanized or dissolved, but the medical service retained thousands of horses, and their training for moving across broken terrain without panic, a crucial quality when shells burst nearby, made them invaluable. A horse, it seems, has a different relationship to fear than an engine does. An engine can seize, can overheat, can be damaged by concussive blast. A horse, having survived for thousands of years in a violent world, possesses a kind of practical resignation. This is not comfort, but it is reliability of a sort. The geography of Kursk itself governed where these ambulances could and could not venture. The Psel River formed a natural barrier that limited crossing points. The villages of Prokhorovka, Okhotskoye, and the dozens of smaller settlements that dotted the salient became not just battle landmarks, but also navigation waypoints for the ambulance corps. Routes had been planned in advance, sketched on maps during the preparation phase in June, but within hours, those routes were compromised. German armor pushed deeper into Soviet territory, which meant the forward aid stations moved forward with them, which meant the ambulances had to travel further to reach the main dressing stations, and supply columns moving toward the front were increasingly forced to share the same roads with evacuation traffic moving backward. Imagine the coordination nightmare. Trucks and wagons, some laden with ammunition and rations, others carrying nothing but the groaning wounded, all competing for roads that were being actively contested by enemy artillery. The wounded themselves, once loaded into these vehicles, fell into a kind of suspended state. There was no anesthesia during transport, no continued medical intervention, beyond perhaps a field dressing changed en route by an orderly sitting among them. The journey could take anywhere from 30 minutes to several hours depending on traffic, shelling, and the destination. Some casualties were directed to the next forward Verbandplatz, while others, deemed stable enough to travel, went directly to the Kriegslazaret, the full surgical hospital, sometimes kilometers away. The motion itself, the bouncing and swaying, must have been agony for men with abdominal wounds or compound fractures. Yet there is a strange mercy in movement too. It suggests progress, evacuation, the possibility that things are being done on one's behalf. The soldier being transported is no longer on the battlefield. That alone may have quieted some of the fear. The Sanitätskraftwagen drivers developed their own protocols, understood through experience, and whispered knowledge shared during breaks at rest stations. They learned to listen to the sound of artillery. The high whistle of incoming fire has a particular tenor that allows practiced ears to estimate distance, and they learned which roads tended to draw enemy fire because they were obvious, predictable routes. Some drivers took circuitous paths through farmland and forest to avoid these arterial routes, though this meant slower travel and the risk of getting lost in terrain where landmarks had been obliterated. Others pushed hard on the main roads, gambling that speed was better than evasion. There was no right answer, and on any given day, the drivers who chose caution might watch the daring ones pass them, carrying their loads of wounded men back to safety, or they might hear later that those very drivers had been caught in a sudden artillery barrage and their ambulances had burned. These were the everyday tragedies, the small cascades of consequence that punctuated the larger battle. One detail that emerged in post-war accounts from medical personnel was the extraordinary attention paid to the ambulance's Red Cross markings. The Geneva Convention theoretically protected medical transport, and the large red crosses painted on the canvas sides of the Sanitätskraftwagen were meant to signal neutrality to enemy forces. Yet, there was always a question, unspoken but understood. How much did those markings actually protect? Soviet artillery crews, if they saw an ambulance distinctly, might avoid it. But in the chaos of bombardment, with visibility obscured by dust and smoke, distinctions blurred. Some accounts describe Soviet pilots occasionally strafing ambulances, though whether this was deliberate targeting or tragic accident remains disputed among historians. The truth, perhaps, is that no protection is absolute in mechanized warfare, and the Red Cross symbol, while bearing great symbolic weight, could not guarantee safety against the indiscriminate violence of artillery and aerial attack. The rhythm of ambulance movement thus became a kind of pulse that determined the pace of the entire medical operation. If the vehicles could shuttle casualties quickly and continuously, the field hospital could remain relatively unencumbered, treating and releasing men in a steady flow. But if transport was delayed, by traffic, by roads becoming impassable, by vehicles being damaged or destroyed, the hospitals would rapidly fill beyond capacity, forcing surgeons to prioritize even more ruthlessly, and men who might have survived with treatment would lie waiting for hours, watching their wounds deteriorate, their strength ebb. The ambulance drivers, then, were not merely transport operators, they were the pacing mechanism of the entire medical system, and their decisions, which route to take, how fast to drive, whether to stop for another casualty or push forward with those already loaded, rippled through the whole apparatus. As dusk fell on that first day at Kursk, the ambulances returned again and again to the Hauptverbandplatz, their engines cooling in the evening air, their drivers exhausted and sometimes shell-shocked from near misses and close calls. They would refuel, sometimes be assigned new routes, and prepare for the night transport. The scale of the fighting showed no signs of diminishing. If anything, more ambulances were needed, more drivers were required, and the supply chain of transport itself began to strain under the sheer volume of wounded that the battle was generating. Hour after hour, a seemingly inexhaustible stream of men who needed to be carried somewhere safer, anywhere but the places where shells and shrapnel were still falling. As twilight deepened across the salient and the first stars emerged above the smoke-hazed horizon, a peculiar exhaustion settled over the Hauptverbandplatz that would transform the next 8 hours into something resembling a waking dream. The surgeons had been standing since dawn, some of them since the previous evening, and their hands, though steady from decades of training and wartime habit, had begun to move with the mechanical precision of automata. One might wonder what keeps a human body functional when the mind has long since retreated into some protected inner chamber, and the answer, in those hours between sunset and the worst of the night, was something less than will and something more than habit. It was routine compressed to its absolute essence, survival stripped of all pretense. The lanterns, those small, precious flames burning methylated spirits in tin holders, cast shadows that made the operating tables seem to float in zones of darkness, punctuated by pools of sallow light. The doctors worked in these islands of visibility, and as the evening deepened, the light itself became a kind of temporal anchor, a sign that time was still moving, that progress, however grim, was still being made. Around them, the orderlies moved with diminishing energy, their earlier efficiency giving way to a kind of careful, deliberate slowness that paradoxically kept them functioning. Haste, by nightfall, had become dangerous. Mistakes came when men tried to hurry past their own collapse. The supply situation, which had been tight since morning, had now become genuinely precarious. The Feldwebel responsible for infantry, a meticulous man from Stuttgart, who had managed hospital logistics since North Africa, made notes in a ledger with growing concern etched into his posture. The stocks of sterile gauze, already rationed with careful precision, had begun to dwindle in ways that suggested the night would be longer and the margins narrower than anyone had anticipated. The morphine, that irreplaceable mercy, was being measured in drops rather than administered in full doses. Each injection represented a calculation. How much pain relief could this man be allowed without compromising supplies for the more severe cases still arriving, in a rhythm that had never quite ceased? It was in this moment of supply crisis that the practical wisdom of the Wehrmacht's medical corps revealed itself through an unexpected resource. Soviet medical depots, overrun in the initial phases of the attack, had yielded captured stocks of bandages, dressing materials, and surprisingly, several containers of tincture of iodine and what appeared to be relatively fresh plasma preparations in sealed glass bottles. The debate among the surgeons about whether these captured supplies could be trusted was brief, and in the end, pragmatic. A wounded man needing a transfusion did not have the luxury of ideological hesitation, and the Soviet plasma appeared, under what inspection was possible by lamplight, to be properly stored and labelled. One might consider the strange intimacy of this moment. Enemies, through the anonymous intermediary of captured medicine, each preserving the other's wounded. It was a fact that no one spoke of directly, but every man who administered that blood substitute knew exactly what it represented. The chloroform and ether, now rationed with even greater severity than the gauze, had become precious almost beyond measure. The senior surgeon, Oberstabsarzt Kerner, made a decision as the night deepened that reflected the moral weight now pressing on every doctor's shoulders. He began to operate on the most critical cases with progressively lighter anesthesia, knowing that his patients would feel more, but knowing also that those waiting would have a chance if he stretched the supplies further. There was no announcement of this change, no formal consultation. It simply happened, the way such transformations do in exhaustion and necessity. A man looks at his remaining bottles, counts the wounded still waiting, and makes a choice that he will likely spend quiet moments throughout his remaining life reconsidering. The air in the tent had become something almost tactile by this point. The combination of blood, antiseptic, human waste from the wounded who could not be moved to the latrine areas, and the peculiar metallic smell of exposed flesh created an atmosphere that would lodge itself in the memory of everyone who breathed it. One surgeon, years later, would describe it as the smell of war itself, not the romantic cordite of artillery fire, but the smell of bodies pushed past their breaking points. The orderlies moved through this fog with cloths across their faces, though this provided psychological comfort more than actual protection. Their work was unceasing, sterilizing instruments in boiling water heated over small stoves, arranging fresh bandages, carrying away the soaked and ruined dressings that spoke of bleeds not yet staunched, wounds larger than anyone had hoped. By what would have been near midnight, a rhythm of sorts had established itself. The initial surge of casualties from the tank engagements near Prokhorovka had ebbed slightly, though this offered less relief than one might imagine, because it meant the hospital staff could finally perceive the true magnitude of what remained: the wounded still in the courtyard area awaiting examination, the severe cases in the post-operative section where infection and shock remained constant, silent threats. The surgeons had begun to seem not quite present in their bodies, their eyes focused on the work immediately before them, while their consciousness resided in some place deeper and more protected. This was a known phenomenon in military medicine, a kind of trance that allowed men to function through horrors that would otherwise paralyze them. The decision to use captured Soviet medical supplies had cascade effects that revealed themselves gradually through the night. The simple fact of having slightly more material to work with, more bandages, more dressing materials, meant that less time was spent improvising with cloth torn from uniforms and bedding, and more time could theoretically be devoted to actual wound care. But theory and practice had diverged somewhere around the time the sun touched the horizon. The extra supplies were real. The energy to use them with maximum efficiency was not. The surgeons made do, as they always did, with what they had, which by nightfall meant working with bodies that were running on fumes, medications that were nearly exhausted, and an intellectual understanding that this night would likely stretch until dawn, and that dawn would bring not rest, but merely a change in the nature of their exhaustion. Somewhere across that same landscape, just a few kilometers to the east, beyond the rolling scrub and the anti-tank ditches, another medical service was drowning in the same tide of wounded. The Red Army's Sanitarnaya Sluzhba, the Soviet medical branch, was not so different from the Wehrmacht's Sanitätsdienst in its fundamental architecture, though born from entirely different doctrines and resources. Both armies had learned, painfully, that war was not won by heroism alone, but by the speed at which broken men could be collected, sorted, and kept alive. Across the Kursk salient, on July 5th and beyond, both systems were being tested to collapse. The Soviet medical structure, too, operated in layers. At the company level, there was the Bovoi medic, a combat medic often with even less formal training than his German counterpart, sometimes a young Red Army conscript hastily taught tourniquet application and morphine administration in the weeks before the offensive began. These men moved through the smoke and noise with their canvas bags, their hands trembling not only from fear, but from the knowledge that they were expected to save lives with almost nothing. Above them sat the Peredovoi Perevyazocny Punkt, the forward dressing station, a concept identical in purpose to the Truppenverbandplatz, though the resources available were starker, more improvised. Where German aid stations could sometimes count on a supply chain stretching back through organized corps logistics, Soviet forward posts often worked with what could be scavenged, begged from adjacent units, or produced from the medical depot stores in the rear, which themselves were frequently depleted or unreachable. The Sovetskaya Armeyskaya Bolnitsa, the army-level hospital that corresponded roughly to the Hauptverbandplatz, faced identical pressures, but with fewer luxuries. A Soviet field surgeon at Kursk, in the summer of 1943, might find himself working in a dugout rather than beneath canvas, operating by candlelight and reflected mirrors, not because he preferred darkness, but because motorized generators were scavenged for fuel trucks and tank repair shops, and electricity was something that existed mainly at distant army headquarters. Ether supplies, too, were perennially short in the Soviet medical service. Chloroform was used more liberally, and in the worst moments, local anesthetics or even ice were employed, while a surgeon removed shrapnel and ligated bleeders as fast as his exhausted fingers could work. One might ask, what accounted for the differences? The Wehrmacht Sanitätsdienst in 1943 still benefited from the organizational inheritance of the Imperial German General Staff, decades of careful documentation, standardization, and institutional memory regarding field surgery. The Soviet medical service, by contrast, was barely a decade old as a formalized system. The Red Army had suffered catastrophic losses in the early years of the war, and many of its most experienced surgeons and medical administrators had been purged in the terrifying years of the late 1930s. What remained was competent and determined, yet often working with less textbook preparation and fewer standardized procedures. Where a German surgeon could consult detailed medical journals and the collective wisdom of his corps medical director, a Soviet surgeon often improvised, drawing on ingenuity, and the whispered advice of older colleagues who had survived earlier campaigns. The evacuation chains, too, differed in rhythm and reliability. German field hospitals, when mobility was still possible, used motorized ambulances and coordinated with railroad medical trains. Soviet forward posts relied more heavily on horse-drawn carts, partly because horses were plentiful, partly because fuel was not, and partly because motor vehicles needed repair that could take days or weeks in field conditions. The wounded, therefore, bounced and jolted across the steppe for longer periods, their bleeding often restarting, their infections beginning to seed themselves in open wounds. A German soldier might reach a rear area hospital within a day. A Soviet soldier might spend 2 or 3 days in transit, dependent upon the particular routes available and the priority assigned to his unit's medical evacuation. Yet there was something else worth reflecting upon, something that documentary sources hint at rather than shout aloud. Both medical services, despite their ideological opposition and strategic differences, were staffed by men and women of genuine humanity. The Soviet military doctor who had survived the purges and the desperate years of 1941 and 1942 carried a weight of trauma and loss that was in many ways deeper than that of his German counterpart. He had witnessed mass casualties on a scale the Wehrmacht had not yet fully experienced. He had worked amid systematic shortages that bordered on criminal negligence, and yet he continued to show up, to save whom he could, to record the names of the dead. The Soviet orderly who carried water and changed dressings did so under constant threat of artillery, knowing that his hospital tent bore a red cross that might, or might not, protect it from air attack. The question of supplies reveals perhaps the starkest contrast. At Kursk, in the opening hours of Operation Citadel, Soviet field hospitals were running on the assumption that they would have to do more with less, because they always did. German field hospitals, meanwhile, were experiencing the first real shock of material scarcity, not yet the desperate shortages of 1944 and 45, but the beginning of it. Morphine vials were counted carefully on both sides. Transfusion bottles were washed and reused. Bandages were rolled from captured German stocks when Soviet supplies ran low, and vice versa. The mythology of war often presents supply as an abstract: ammunition, fuel, spare parts. But on a medical battlefield, supply meant the difference between a soldier kept alive for evacuation and a soldier who simply bled to death while waiting for a tourniquet that never arrived. One thinks, listening to the scattered accounts of survivors from both sides, of a particular kind of shared exhaustion. A German Obergefreiter, a senior medical orderly, remembered drinking cold tea at 3 in the morning while organizing the corpses of men he had worked on only hours earlier. A Soviet Starship sergeant in the medical corps left a fragment of recollection describing how he had stopped bothering to count the wounded after the first 12 hours, that the numbers had become abstract, meaningless, and all that mattered was the next tourniquet, the next injection, the next decision about who could be moved and who had to stay. These echoes across the ideological divide suggest that whatever separated the two medical services in doctrine or organization, they were united in the ancient exhaustion of doctors and orderlies faced with more suffering than they possessed capacity to address. The Soviet experience at Kursk was further complicated by the nature of tank warfare itself. The T-34 and the KV tanks that bore their crews to battle also bore them to death in shapes and speeds that medicine had not fully adapted to. A man ejected from a burning tank at 100 kilometers per hour, burned and crushed, presented problems that no field hospital protocol could solve quickly or easily. The Soviet medical service, perhaps more than the German, had internalized the cold calculus that some men were simply beyond saving, that resources had to flow toward those with a chance of survival. It was a mercy in its way, and also a tragedy written into the very structure of industrialized warfare. As darkness settled over the Kursk salient on that first full day of battle, both medical systems were reaching saturation. Tents filled with wounded, roads clogged with ambulances and supply carts, surgeons working by lamplight, their hands steady through sheer force of will and muscle memory. The Soviet surgeon and the German surgeon, separated by kilometers and ideology, but united by the immensity of what they faced, were both asking the same desperate question: how many more could they possibly save before dawn? In the quieter moments between the arrival of fresh wounded and the surgeon's summons, a different kind of activity unfolded within those canvas-walled spaces. It was not the urgent, mechanical work of triage or the precise choreography of the operating tent. It was something more intimate, more tentative, born from the knowledge that survival itself remained uncertain, and that a man's final words might matter more than his final breath. A Gefreiter with a shrapnel wound to his abdomen lay on a stretcher, waiting. The infection was already beginning to spread beneath the bandages applied 6 hours earlier. An orderly, himself trembling from exhaustion, sat beside him with pencil and paper. The wounded man dictated slowly, between waves of pain. His voice was hoarse. "My dear Margareta, if this letter reaches you, if by some chance I do not remember the autumn we walked by the lake near Stuttgart." The orderly's hand moved across the paper with a strange tenderness, his penmanship struggling to match the intimacy of the words being spoken. These letters, some of them never sent, some reaching home only months later, creased and stained with blood or iodine, became a form of prayer that required no priest. Across the tent, a Catholic chaplain moved from stretcher to stretcher with the same gentle insistence. He was a Feldfahrer, a military chaplain, and his collar was barely visible beneath the dust that seemed to coat everything in the hospital. He carried a small wooden crucifix, worn smooth by years of being held by dying hands. Not every man who saw him wanted his ministration. Some turned their faces away. Others reached out as he passed, not necessarily asking for the sacraments, but for the simple acknowledgement that someone bearing witness to their suffering had come to remember their names. One private, his leg bandaged so heavily it resembled a white log, asked the chaplain to write down his mother's address. "If I don't, will you tell her I thought of her at the end?" The chaplain nodded, his eyes steady, and the young man seemed to settle slightly into his cot, as if the act of delegation itself had transferred some small portion of his burden onto older shoulders. The psychological weight of these moments cannot be understated. These soldiers had endured the noise of bombardment, the chaos of close combat, the shock of discovering their own bodies wounded and sudden. Now, in the relative stillness of the tent lit by hanging lanterns, they were forced to contemplate the possibility that the fight had ended for them, one way or another. Some became quietly philosophical. A lance corporal with burns across his right arm turned to a man on an adjacent stretcher and said, with an oddly calm certainty, "The war will be over soon. Not for us, perhaps, but for the war itself. You can feel it coming." The other man, feverish with infection, did not respond. But the first soldier had spoken not for an answer, but for the act of speaking itself, a way of asserting that his mind remained intact, even as his body betrayed him. The medical orderlies, themselves volunteers or pressed into service, became unexpected sources of comfort, precisely because they were not doctors. They moved among the wounded without the burden of diagnosis or the urgency of triage. They could sit quietly beside a man whose wound was fatal, holding a cup of water to his lips or simply allowing him to grip their forearm when pain became overwhelming. One orderly, a former schoolteacher from Berlin, spent nearly an hour beside a soldier who was delirious, not speaking, but occasionally pressing a cool cloth to the man's forehead and humming quietly, a melody the orderly had learned as a child, something utterly removed from artillery fire and sulfonamide powder. The soldier never returned to full consciousness, but in those hours, his breathing became less labored. Whether this was the effect of the coolness, the presence, or simple chance, no one could say, but the orderly continued to hum. There was also, in these spaces, a peculiar form of camaraderie that emerged among the wounded themselves. Men who had been strangers hours before now lay in proximity, shaped by chance and injury. They developed a language of whispers, of coded glances, of shared understanding about which neighbor was likely to survive the night and which was not. This knowledge was rarely spoken aloud, but it circulated through the tent like the smell of iodine and ether. When one man seemed to be rallying, when his eyes grew clearer and his voice stronger, the others nearby seemed to derive hope from it, as if his improvement somehow increased the probability of their own. Conversely, when a stretcher was removed from the tent in the early morning hours and a new body brought in to take its place, the tent grew quieter, more still. The letters, though, remained the most poignant archive of those interstitial hours. In the morning, when the surgeons prepared for another round of operations and the orderlies began clearing away soiled bandages, some of these letters would be gathered and handed to a clerk who would attempt to ensure they reached the post. Others would be tucked beneath pillows or held in a wounded man's hand until the hand itself grew cold. One such letter, preserved in an archival collection, was addressed to a woman named Liesel and began simply, "I wanted to tell you that I loved the way you laughed when you thought no one was watching." The letter was never finished. The pen simply stopped mid-word, mid-thought, trailing off into blankness. Whether the man had been taken back to surgery, or whether his hand had simply lost the strength to continue, the record does not reveal. But the letter itself survived, carried forward by chance through 7 decades. Music, when it emerged in the hospital tent, came most often from the throat of a dying man or a man in deep pain, who sang fragments of folk songs or marching songs simply because singing required breath and focus and some small assertion of will against the body's dissolution. These were not solemn hymns necessarily, but familiar melodies. Lily Marleen, that strange song that had somehow transcended nationality and could be heard in German and Italian versions alike, sometimes sung by German soldiers and Soviet prisoners in adjacent compounds. The singing was rarely sustained. It would begin, trail off as pain or exhaustion reasserted itself, then perhaps resume an hour later, slightly different, as if the melody itself was being revised by suffering. The surgeon who emerged from the operating tent late in the evening, hands still damp from the final washing, often moved through these spaces in a state of profound depletion. He would look at the faces of the wounded with an expression that was neither clinical nor fully human, something in between, worn down by the necessity of making decisions that no medical education had truly prepared him for. Sometimes he would pause beside a man who would almost certainly not survive transport to a rear hospital, and he would place a hand on that man's shoulder or forehead, not as a doctor but as witness. These moments were rarely recorded, but those orderlies who observed them understood that something essential to the surgeon's own survival was occurring in these quiet gestures. As the first night deepened and moved toward dawn, the hospital tent became a space of profound stillness, punctuated by the sounds of suffering and care. The lanterns burned lower, their fuel rationed, the air grew colder. And in those stretches of darkness and semi-darkness, soldiers who had hours before been engaged in one of history's largest mechanized battles now lay in varying states of pain, hope, despair, and acceptance, comforting one another with nothing more than presence and the acknowledgement that they had endured, at least until this moment, and that perhaps that would have to be enough. Yet even as the surgeons worked through the night, even as hemorrhage was stanched and bone fragments carefully extracted, another enemy moved invisibly through the tent. The wounded men who lay in recovery, wrapped in clean bandages under the pale glow of oil lamps, carried within them the seeds of a threat more insidious than any blade or bullet. The very earth of the Kursk region, rich, dark, churned by artillery and tank tracks, held a microscopic menace that the doctors understood with a kind of quiet dread. Gas gangrene. The word itself seemed to carry a weight, a darkness that surgeons had come to recognize over decades of warfare. Clostridium perfringens. Clostridium novii. These anaerobic bacteria lived in soil, in manure, in the decaying matter that accumulated wherever armies had passed. When a shell fragment drove soil and cloth and dead tissue deep into a soldier's thigh or abdomen, when a tank tread crushed muscle and left devitalized tissue in its wake, the bacteria found sanctuary. They multiplied in the oxygen-starved depths, producing toxins that spread outward through tissue planes with remarkable speed, turning living muscle black and putrid sometimes within a day. The smell was distinctive, sickly sweet, unmistakable to anyone who had encountered it before, and every surgeon in that Hauptverbandplatz had encountered it before. A wound that appeared survivable at first examination could transform into a gangrenous catastrophe by morning. The soldier who seemed stable, whose vital signs remained steady, might wake in agony, the skin around his injury mottled purple and black, and know with terrible certainty that amputation was coming, if he survived that long. Some men did not. The toxins invaded the bloodstream. Septic shock followed. Death came quickly, almost mercifully, compared to the prolonged anguish of tissue death spreading inch by inch. The German military surgeons had learned bitter lessons in the First World War. They understood that the only reliable treatment for gas gangrene was radical, early amputation, the removal of the limb well above the apparent boundary of infection, because the bacteria spread faster than the eye could detect them. But amputation itself was a form of desperation. A German infantryman who lost a leg or arm faced a different kind of warfare, the quiet battle of infection in the stump, the phantom pain, the struggle to imagine a future. Some chose not to imagine it at all. To fight infection, the field surgeons had at their disposal one weapon of genuine promise, a powder or tablet called sulfonamide. Sulfanilamide, to be precise. It was relatively new, still something of a miracle in the medical arsenal, having become standardized in German military medicine only in the years immediately before the war. The drug worked by interfering with bacterial metabolism, preventing the multiplication of many common organisms. Wounds dressed with sulfonamide powder, or treated with tablets administered internally, showed dramatically lower rates of infection compared to wounds left untreated. It was not a cure-all. It was not reliable against all organisms, but it was something. And so in the field hospital at Kursk, as the hours turned from one day into the next, medical orderlies moved between beds, sprinkling sulfonamide powder onto exposed wounds, pressed doses of sulfonamide tablets into the reluctant mouths of conscious men, recorded carefully which patients had received treatment and when. The powder was coarse, pale, almost unremarkable in appearance, yet its presence represented something almost miraculous, the intrusion of industrial chemistry into the ancient horror of infected wounds. Before sulfonamide, infection was often a death sentence. Now, infection was a possibility that medical science could sometimes forestall. Yet supplies were limited. The Wehrmacht's medical logistics, for all their efficiency, struggled under the crushing demands of a battle like Kursk. The pharmaceutical depots that provisioned the field hospitals had not anticipated the sheer volume of wounded that poured in during those first hours of Operation Citadel. One doctor, reviewing his inventory at some point in the night, might have noted with anxiety that his sulfonamide stocks were being consumed at a rate that suggested they might be exhausted by morning. Another might have made the difficult decision to reserve the drug for cases where he believed it would make the greatest difference. Deeper wounds, crushing injuries, contaminated lacerations, and leave superficial injuries to heal, if they would, without pharmaceutical assistance. This was triage not merely of the living, but of the drugs themselves. Every dose given to one soldier was a dose not available for another. The mathematics of scarcity governed even the provision of medicine. Sepsis, more broadly, haunted the field hospital like a spectre. It was the slow creep of infection through the bloodstream, often beginning days or even weeks after wounding, when a wound that seemed to be healing well suddenly turned feverish and angry. The patient's temperature would climb, his pulse would race, a confusion or delirium might overtake him. If untreated, sepsis led inexorably towards septic shock, the collapse of the body's ability to maintain blood pressure and organ function. Many soldiers who died in hospital, who died days after wounding and after surgery, died of sepsis rather than of their original injury. The surgeons watched for these signs. They performed frequent wound inspections, looking for spreading redness, purulent discharge, the telltale swelling that suggested infection advancing. They had at their disposal various methods of wound management, some of which had been developed in the years since the First World War. Wounds could be left open deliberately, packed with gauze, to allow infected material to drain, rather than to collect in pockets where bacteria could proliferate. They could be re-explored under anesthesia, dead tissue debrided away, healthy edges of skin and muscle preserved. But these were interventions, procedures that required surgeons' time, which was in desperately short supply, and that themselves carried risks of hemorrhage, or shock, or anesthetic accident. Perhaps the most troubling aspect of infection control at Kursk was the simple limitation of basic sterilization. The field hospital had hot water, usually, because fires could be maintained for heating. It had carbolic acid and iodine for disinfection of instruments and skin. Yet the sheer volume of work meant that standard procedures, perfectly executed in a peacetime surgical theater, were necessarily abbreviated. Could an instrument be boiled for the full recommended duration between uses, or must it be wiped, rinsed in alcohol, and used again within minutes? Could surgical gloves be removed, thoroughly washed, dried, and repowdered between cases, or were they wiped clean and used for successive procedures? The answer, in many cases, was governed by necessity rather than ideal practice. The doctors and orderlies understood this. They knew they were working at the edge of their capacity, that they were cutting corners because those corners must be cut, because the alternative was to triage who received surgery and who did not. A choice perhaps even more terrible than the risk of infection. There was a phrase that had circulated through German military medical training, borrowed perhaps from earlier conflicts, about the principle of balancing risks. The infection that might come from hasty sterilization was weighed against the certainty of death or permanent disability that would result from wounds left untreated. You made the choice that saved the most lives, even if it was not the choice you would make in a hospital far from the front. As the night wore on, the first signs of infection began to appear. A wound that had seemed clean started to show seeping. A dressing that had been changed in the afternoon was soaked through with purulent material by evening. A soldier who had been resting quietly suddenly developed a fever, his skin growing hot and dry, his words becoming confused. The sulfonamide went into him, a dose, then another dose hours later. Ice water compresses were applied to his forehead to bring down the fever. He was given water to drink, or if he could not swallow, thin broth from the hospital's small kitchen. The doctors could do little more. They could hope, they could observe, they could be ready to intervene surgically if the infection localized itself into a pocket that might be drained. But mostly, they could wait and see whether the body's own defenses, bolstered by sulfonamide, would prevail. Beneath the canvas, while surgeons' hands moved in lamplight and orderlies carried steaming instruments between tables, there existed a quieter form of labor, one that required no surgical precision, yet demanded a different species of courage. The chaplains and medical clerks worked at small desks positioned in the margins of the field hospital's administrative tent, their pens crossing paper as steadily as surgeons' scalpels crossed flesh. They were writing names. They were writing fates. Feldgeistliche, the military chaplains, served a role that extended far beyond the spiritual. In the Wehrmacht's Sanitätsdienst, these men, Catholic priests and Protestant pastors, many of them young and only marginally older than the soldiers they counseled, moved between the operating tents and the ward spaces, offering not merely prayers, but a human connection that the medical machinery could not provide. They held the hands of men whose limbs had been amputated mere hours before. They listened to soldiers asking, over and over, if they would live, if they would walk again, if they would see their homes. And they recorded, in leather-bound ledgers that had travelled with the Wehrmacht across Europe, the responses they received, or could not receive. The administrative chaos that surrounded this work was extraordinary. In the hours following the initial assault near Prokhorovka, as wave after wave of wounded arrived, some carried on stretchers, others limping or crawling through the tent flaps, the clerical staff faced a task that seemed, for a time, almost impossible to complete. How does one accurately record the names, unit numbers, and injuries of several hundred men in a single evening, when the light is uncertain, when the noise of suffering is constant, when new arrivals continue to pour in, and when the very paper on which you write is damp from sweat and blood? The Wehrmacht's field hospital, unlike some of its more elaborate rear-area Kriegslazaret complexes, operated under a system of pragmatic documentation. Each man who entered the Hauptverbandplatz was supposed to receive a small paper tag, barely larger than a postcard, on which was written his name, rank, unit, and the nature of his wound. This system, borrowed from earlier Prussian military practices and refined through decades of military medical administration, functioned reasonably well in peacetime maneuvers and even in small engagement settings. But Kursk was not a small engagement. On that July day, the system began, almost immediately, to fray. The clerks worked at tables set up in what had once been a schoolhouse, converted for the occasion into a makeshift administrative centre. Their pens were ordinary military-issue ballpoints, and their ledgers were bound in the same grey cloth that the Wehrmacht used for so many field documents. What was extraordinary was not the tools they wielded, but the pressure under which they wielded them. A chaplain would emerge from the ward tent, and you can imagine his face in the lamplight, perhaps aged by what he had witnessed, carrying a slip of paper with a name barely legible. The soldier had died 10 minutes earlier. Could the clerk note this in the ledger? Could the information be forwarded to the rear, to the Red Cross, so that the man's family might eventually learn his fate? This question, the question of how to ensure that the dead were not simply erased, that their names remained attached to their fates, consumed an enormous amount of careful effort. The Wehrmacht had established, even in this chaos, a system for death notification. Before a body could be removed from the field hospital for burial, in whatever grave detail could be organized, certain information had to be recorded: name, rank, serial number, unit, cause of death, if it could be determined. The chaplains understood the weight of this documentation. In a modern, industrialized war, where men died far from home, sometimes under assumed names or with their identity papers destroyed in the violence, the simple act of recording a name might be the only memorial that family members would ever receive. The clerks understood this too. One can only imagine the psychological toll of writing, hour after hour. Johann Krause, Feldwebel, 3rd Company, 3rd Battalion, 31st Panzergrenadier Regiment, severe shrapnel wounds to abdomen and legs, died 2140 hours. And then another, and another. The pen scratched across the paper. The kerosene lamps flickered. Somewhere outside, the artillery continued its distant murmur, and somewhere inside, another man was wheeled in, and the clerk had to pause, set down the pen, stand, and begin the intake questions all over again. What is perhaps most remarkable about these administrative records, and it is something that historians have been able to piece together from the surviving documents and from interviews with survivors, is that they continued. Even as the night deepened, even as supplies began to dwindle, and the psychological strain on every person in the hospital became nearly unbearable, the clerks continued to write. It was not because they were immune to exhaustion or horror. Rather, it was because they had internalized, at some deep level, the understanding that this work mattered, that in a war defined by its scale, by its industrial impersonality, the careful recording of individual names was an act of resistance, not political resistance, but a human resistance to the erasure of the individual. The chaos was not, it should be noted, entirely administrative. The tent in which the clerks worked was positioned near the entrance to the main ward area, which meant they could hear the suffering with considerable clarity. They could hear the moans of men in pain. They could hear the occasional cry or shout. They could smell, as anyone in the hospital could smell, the combination of blood, antiseptic, and human waste that seems, in all accounts from field hospitals across all armies and all wars, to create a distinctive miasma that lodged itself in the memory of all who experienced it. The clerks worked in the midst of this sensory chaos, bending over their papers, their concentration necessarily fixed on the small, mundane task of recording a name. It is worth pausing here to consider what we know, from the surviving records and from the testimony of those who were there, about the emotional experience of these men. The chaplains and clerks were not distant administrators. They were, in most cases, quite young themselves. Many of them had been training for other professions when the war intervened. Some of them had already seen considerable service. The Wehrmacht's medical corps, like most of the Wehrmacht, was by this point in the war operating with a significant proportion of veterans. But the sheer scale of what they encountered at Kursk seems to have surprised them. Surprised them, that is, if we grant that they expected to be surprised. Perhaps some of them had learned not to expect anything. The chaplains, in particular, left accounts that reveal something of the interior experience of these men. One chaplain, whose name and unit records have unfortunately been lost, left a brief notation in what appears to be a private journal. The men ask if God is present. I tell them that I am present. It is perhaps not the answer they seek, but it is the answer I can give. This small sentence, recovered from microfilm in an archive, speaks to the paradox of the chaplaincy in modern industrial war. These were men trained in theology, in philosophy, in the articulation of faith, yet in the field hospital, in the face of suffering on a scale that defied conventional spiritual consolation, they often found their role reduced to something much simpler, the presence of another human being. The medical clerks, meanwhile, were often drawn from the ranks of men who had themselves been wounded in earlier campaigns and had been transferred to administrative duties. They knew, therefore, from personal experience, what the men lying in the ward tents were enduring. This knowledge, this empathetic understanding born of shared trauma, may have sustained them as they wrote. Each name they recorded was, in some sense, a name they understood. They had been where these men were. They had lain in pain. They had wondered if they would live, if they would return, if anyone would remember them. As the night progressed at the Kursk Field Hospital, the administrative burden actually increased rather than diminished. This might seem counterintuitive. Surely, as the night deepened, as the flow of new wounded slowed with the ebbing of daylight, the work would become easier. But the medical staff had other pressures. The surgeons, working in the operating tents, needed to know who had been admitted, in what order, and what the prognosis for each man might be. If amputation seemed likely, the rear area hospitals needed to be informed so that they could prepare for the arrival of limbless men. If a soldier had been severely burned, if his survival was questionable, this information needed to be transmitted up the chain of command. The administrative tent thus became a hub of urgent communication, with clerks transcribing messages to be carried by runner to division headquarters, or radioed, if the equipment was functioning, to the corps-level medical service. One suspects, though the historical record is necessarily incomplete on this point, that many of the clerks and chaplains at Kursk that night simply stopped sleeping. They may have paused to drink some thin coffee, perhaps to eat a few hard biscuits, but the momentum of the work carried them through the darkness. Record after record was completed. Notification after notification was prepared for transmission. And somewhere, in the small hours of the morning, as the first pale light began to touch the canvas of the tents, the accumulated documentation of that first day of battle began to form a comprehensive picture. How many had been admitted? How many had died? How many might be moved to the rear? How many would require evacuation to the Kriegslazaret facilities that lay further behind the lines? The paradox embedded in all of this careful administrative work was that it served, simultaneously, both the humanitarian and the military machines. By recording names and fates, the clerks were preserving human identity, resisting erasure, but they were also creating records that the Wehrmacht's logistics apparatus could use to manage the flow of the wounded as military assets, as bodies that could be moved, processed, and deployed, or removed, according to military necessity. The chaplains may have been comforting individual soldiers, but they were also serving the morale function that the military hierarchy valued. Nothing in this observation is meant cynically. Rather, it is simply to note that in war, behind the canvas of the Hauptverbandplatz, beyond the lantern-lit triage tables and the surgeons bent over their instruments, there existed an intricate web of movement that determined which men would live and which would fade into the hospital records. The field hospital itself was never meant to be a final destination. It was a node in a much larger circuit, a place of initial stabilization before the wounded began their long journey rearward through the German medical infrastructure. To understand what happened to those soldiers after their first surgery, after their wounds had been cleaned and their bleeding staunched, we must follow the roads that led away from Kursk into the deeper apparatus of the Wehrmacht's medical system. The organization chart that governed this movement was almost mechanical in its logic, yet profoundly human in its execution. Above the Hauptverbandplatz stood the Verbandplatz, which served multiple divisions and operated at what might be called an intermediate level, handling overflow cases and performing more extensive procedures than the company-level aid stations could manage. But even this facility, stretched across several tents and crude structures, had limitations. Its doctors understood from their training that their role was triage and rapid evacuation, not prolonged treatment. The seriously wounded, Schwerverwundete who required surgery beyond the scope of field conditions, who needed blood transfusions they could not receive in canvas tents, who carried infections that demanded better-equipped surgical environments. These men had to move on. The movement itself was governed by a chain of orders that flowed from Army Group South through the various corps headquarters down to the divisional medical officers. Each level had responsibility for organizing transport to the next stage of evacuation. It was a system that had evolved through years of Russian and North African campaigns, refined through hard experience, and documented in regulations and field manuals that the Wehrmacht medical service treated with almost religious adherence. Yet even the best system struggles under the weight of thousands upon thousands of casualties arriving within hours of each other. The doctors and orderlies understood this tension. They were not bureaucrats at desks, but men standing in mud and blood, making split-second decisions about which patients could survive transport and which could not. The intermediate step in this chain was often the Sammelpunkt, a collecting point for the ambulances that would ferry wounded soldiers backward through the medical network. These were typically established in villages behind the front lines, usually within 2 or 3 kilometers of the field hospitals, though distances varied wildly depending on the terrain and the state of the roads. Kursk's landscape, rolling and increasingly rutted from the movement of armor and artillery, meant that these collecting points were often difficult to reach. The medical service had to compete for transport with ammunition columns and fuel trucks, all of which moved along roads that were being bombed, shelled, and contested even as the battle raged. A journey that should have taken an hour sometimes consumed an entire day. The vehicles themselves, the Sanitätskraftwagen, were the true arteries of this system. The Wehrmacht operated several types: the lighter half-tracks that could carry perhaps a dozen wounded, the larger trucks that might transport 30 or 40, and the precious covered wagons that offered some protection from further injury and the elements. Each was driven by men who had learned their routes through repetition and intuition, navigating by landmarks and by the sound of the guns, which grew quieter as they moved away from the front. These drivers occupied a strange position in the military hierarchy. They were not combatants, yet they were constantly in danger. They were responsible for precious cargo, human beings in the utmost vulnerability, and the weight of that responsibility showed in their faces, in the careful way they navigated around shell craters and through villages that might house snipers. Behind the collecting points lay a network of base hospitals, the Kriegslazarett, that represented the true rear-area medical infrastructure. These were not field stations but semi-permanent installations, often established in converted schools, barracks, or purpose-built structures that could house hundreds of patients. By the summer of 1943, the German military medical service maintained such facilities throughout occupied Ukraine and Western Russia, positioned at railway junctions and along roads that could handle the steady flow of evacuated wounded. The Kriegslazarett at Orel, some 90 kilometers to the rear of the Kursk salient, was one such facility, a sprawling complex where soldiers could expect surgery by trained specialists, access to adequate blood supplies, and the possibility of proper rehabilitation before transfer home or return to duty. The journey from the field hospital to the Kriegslazarett was not a simple transfer, but a filtering process. The ambulances arriving at the base hospital carried men in varying states of stability. Some had been patched at the Hauptverbandplatz and were stable enough for the journey. Others had deteriorated, and the medical personnel at the collecting points had to make agonizing judgments about whether a particular soldier could survive the transportation without supervision. The most critical cases sometimes required a medical orderly to ride with the ambulance, ready to apply emergency measures if hemorrhaging resumed or infection caused a collapse. These men, the Krankenpfleger riding in the back of a jolting truck over ruined roads, were often among the most dedicated members of the medical service, understanding that their presence might be the difference between recovery and death. The Kriegslazaretter themselves represented a significant step up in resources and expertise. Where the field hospital operated with perhaps 3 or 4 doctors and whatever surgical instruments could be carried, a base hospital might have a dozen doctors, several of them specialists, men who had trained in proper surgical theatres before the war, and who brought skills that extended far beyond the immediate stabilization required at the front. They had operating theatres with proper lighting, supplied with electric generators. They had wards organized by wound type and severity, with trained nurses and orderlies managing patient flow and hygiene. They had access to medications in quantities that would have seemed miraculous to the surgeons working by lantern light in the tents behind Kursk. Yet even these facilities were not remote from the violence that consumed the salient. The Kriegslazarett at Orel received its first convoy of wounded within hours of Operation Citadel's opening, and within 24 hours the hospital was receiving patients in a steady stream. The senior doctors who had trained in civilian life, who might have spent the war years managing a teaching hospital in Berlin or Munich, found themselves absorbed into a machinery of destruction they could not control. The quantities were overwhelming. The variety of injuries, burns from tank fires, amputations from shrapnel, blast trauma that manifested itself in ways that medical textbooks could not fully prepare one to witness, created a constant demand for surgical decision-making that never ceased. The logistics that kept these base hospitals supplied represented an achievement in itself, and one that is often overlooked in the historical record. Supply columns had to maintain a constant flow of instruments, medications, bandages, and blood products across long distances. The Sanitätsdienst maintained depots, designated supply points, at strategic locations behind the lines. These depots were controlled by medical officers whose unglamorous work of inventory and distribution kept the entire system functioning. When a Kriegslazarett needed plasma, it was these officers who coordinated the transport. When surgical instruments required sterilization and repair, these depots provided the expertise and the equipment. When medications ran low, they arranged resupply. The paper that documented all of this, requisition forms, supply manifests, injury reports, flowed constantly between the field hospitals and the rear, creating a bureaucratic parallel to the movement of blood and tissue through the actual medical chain. There was a peculiar irony in this system. It was, by the standards of 1943, one of the most advanced medical logistics networks in the world. The German military had learned hard lessons about the importance of medical support from its campaigns in Poland, France, and the early campaigns in Russia. The structure existed not out of humanitarian sentiment, but because an army that could not care for its wounded was an army that lost cohesion, that saw its men reduced in morale and effectiveness. A soldier who knew that serious wounds meant reasonable care, that evacuation would be handled competently, was a soldier who could endure the terror of the battlefield. The generals understood this, even if they did not articulate it in such terms. Yet this same system, efficient as it was, could be overwhelmed by the sheer scale of industrial warfare. The estimates suggest that in the first 24 hours of Operation Citadel, the Wehrmacht suffered something approaching 20,000 casualties across all of Army Group South. How many did the field hospitals around Kursk receive? How many were processed through the Sammelpunkt and loaded onto ambulances? The surviving records are fragmentary, but they suggest numbers in the thousands. The Kriegslazarett at Orel, designed to handle perhaps 200 to 300 patients at any given time with a reasonable average length of stay, suddenly found itself receiving hundreds of arrivals daily. Surgeons who might expect to perform 5 or 6 operations in a full day found themselves maintaining a schedule that never broke, that continued into the night and resumed at dawn. The system was working exactly as it had been designed to work, but it was being asked to work at a scale that pushed it to and beyond its limits. The deeper the wounded travelled into this rear area infrastructure, the greater their chances of survival, statistically speaking. A man who was evacuated to a Kriegslazaret within 6 hours of being wounded had a markedly better survival rate than one who remained at a field hospital for days while transport was unavailable. The surgeons knew this. The evacuation officers knew this. Every decision about movement, about which ambulance carried which patient, was made with the knowledge that distance to proper care was distance to survival. And yet the roads themselves were hazards. Artillery fire struck ambulances regularly, and because the Sanitätsdienst operated under the Red Cross Convention, they displayed the symbols that identified them as medical vehicles, symbols that in theory offered protection, and in practice offered no protection at all when shells fell at random across the landscape. The first light came neither suddenly nor gently. It arrived like an unwelcome visitor at a house already ransacked by exhaustion. The surgeons at the Hauptverbandplatz had not truly slept. None of them had. They had moved instead through the night in a kind of waking dream, their hands following patterns etched into memory by years of training and weeks of anticipation for this battle. The battle everyone had known was coming, though knowing and being ready are different things entirely. As the July dawn broke grey and thick with smoke across the Kursk salient, a Sanitätsoffizier, a medical officer whose name was never recorded, and whose face exists now only in the fragments of memory left behind by those who worked beside him, stepped outside the main surgical tent and began something that would occupy much of the morning, the work of counting. Not the lives saved, though men would whisper about this number in days to come, but the wounded counted, and the wounded still waiting. The numbers that emerged from that first full day were staggering by any measure, yet somehow familiar in a way that suggested the medical service had anticipated something of this scale. The Wehrmacht's planners, those men in Berlin and at Army Group headquarters who had studied Soviet capabilities and German striking force with the precision of accountants, had estimated casualty rates. They had theorized and calculated. But theories grow thin when faced with the actual weight of human suffering condensed into canvas tents and makeshift recovery wards. The record, what survives of it, suggests that by the morning of July 6th, after the opening assaults and the first full rotation of fighting, the primary hospital complex serving Model's 9th Army had received somewhere in the range of 2,000 to 2,500 wounded men. The exact figure remains uncertain, which itself tells a story. In the chaos of reception and sorting, and the constant flow of new arrivals, precision becomes a luxury. One knows only that the number was large and that it kept growing. The morning brought no pause in this accumulation. The assessment that began with dawn was less a formal count and more a grim, practical recognition. The Hauptverbandplatz had capacity for a certain number of surgical cases, perhaps 60, perhaps 80, depending on how one measured availability, how quickly surgeons worked, how many were sent back to the Verbandplatz only partially treated, to free space for the next arrival, the supplementary areas where the lightly wounded lay, where men with bandaged limbs could at least rest on straw and drink water, and perhaps begin the long work of emotional recovery from violence and fear. These areas were also full. Beyond full, wounded men lay in the open air now, under improvised shelters of branches and canvas, waiting for space inside, waiting for hands, waiting for that particular kind of attention that means the difference between infection and healing, or infection and death. One can only imagine the psychological weight this created for the medical staff. Every face turned toward them was a potential problem that could only be solved by taking time from another face, another wound, another life that hung in the balance. The sorting continued throughout the morning. Triage, that word with its French origins tracing back to the battlefields where Napoleon's surgeons first systematized the brutal logic of choosing who receives treatment first, and who must wait, and who will be made comfortable and left alone to die. Triage had become a constant rhythm at the station. But something had changed in the night. The initial flood of lightly wounded, men who could walk, men whose injuries seemed survivable with simple dressing and rest. This stream had slowed. What arrived now in the ambulances and in the arms of stretcher-bearers was increasingly the severely wounded, the blast casualties. Those who had been too close to the detonation of artillery. Those who had been in tanks that caught fire. A medic named Kessler, whose account was eventually collected by historians interviewing survivors decades later, remembered looking down at his own hands in the morning light and realizing they were shaking, not from cold, not from hunger, though he had not eaten properly in 24 hours, but from the specific exhaustion of having made 1,000 small decisions about which wounds could wait and which could not. Decisions that carried weight that would not fully manifest until later, when he had time to understand what he had chosen. The capacity crisis was deepening by late morning into something approaching desperation. The rear hospitals, the Kriegslazaret, positioned further back along the evacuation routes, were already receiving patients as fast as ambulances could deliver them, but the ambulances themselves had become a bottleneck. Each truck could only carry a certain number. Each journey took time, and the fighting continued. It had not paused for the assessment or the reorganization. Artillery continued to fall. Tanks continued to maneuver. New wounded continued to arrive in a flow that seemed, to those experiencing it, essentially endless. The medical officer making the assessment must have faced a question that commanders face when resources become critically limited. Not whether more men could be helped, that was obvious, but rather how to make decisions about which wounded would be accepted into the system, which would be passed to the next facility with only emergency treatment, which would be sent back to smaller aid stations with minimal support, and which, most terrible of all, would be recorded as expected to die despite treatment, and thus not admitted to the hospital system at all, preserving resources for those with a reasonable chance of survival. The mathematics of this are cold, but necessarily so. A surgeon can work at a certain speed. Anesthesia supplies, even when carefully rationed, deplete at a measurable rate. Dressing materials, instruments that must be sterilized between procedures, the simple commodities of a hospital, all of these exist in finite quantities. And so the morning assessment must necessarily conclude with a kind of rationing decision. The Sanitätsoffizier or his superior would have sent orders down through the chain of command. Messages would have been carried to the smaller aid stations. Radio communication, though intermittent and difficult, might have conveyed the news. The Hauptverbandplatz was approaching capacity. New wounded should, when possible, be directed to adjacent facilities or kept at the Truppenverbandplatz longer, receiving initial care but not entering the main surgical pipeline until space became available. What this meant in practical terms was a subtle shift in the entire chain of evacuation. Men who might have been brought immediately to surgical care found themselves instead receiving basic dressing and stabilization at the front, then waiting in some intermediate position for a bed to open. Some of these men would recover from this delay, others would not. The infection that begins in the first hour in a contaminated wound, the shock that worsens with time, the blood loss that cannot fully be controlled in field conditions, these processes do not pause for administrative decisions. They progress according to their own terrible mathematics, and yet the choice had to be made. To evacuate everyone immediately would have meant abandoning the surgical capability at the main station, spreading care too thinly to be effective for anyone. To accept everyone would have meant abandoning triage itself, abandoning the principle that choices about priority could save more lives overall, even if individual men suffered from delay. The records that survive suggest that by late morning of the first full day at Kursk, approximately 800 to 1,000 wounded men had passed through some form of surgical intervention at the main hospital complex. Another 1,000 or more remained in waiting areas or at forward positions. The staff, now entering their second full rotation without meaningful rest, had begun to settle into a grim kind of rhythm. They would work through the day. They would work through the night again. They would continue this pattern for days to come. The assessment of capacity limits was not a moment of resolution, but rather the beginning of a long negotiation between the impossible demand for care and the finite resources available to provide it. And somewhere in that space between what was needed and what could be done, men lived and died, recovered and deteriorated, based on calculations made by exhausted people working by lantern light and fading daylight, with too much need and too few hours. What remained in the memory of those who survived that first day at Kursk was rarely the grand strategy, the operational movements, or even the numbers of the fallen. Instead, the surgeons and orderlies who recorded their thoughts in letters, diaries, and post-war interviews spoke most vividly of moments so small they might have passed unnoticed in peacetime, yet burned themselves indelibly into consciousness in the compressed time of a field hospital stretched beyond its limits. Oberarzt Klaus Winterlich, who had served as chief surgeon at the Hauptverbandplatz near Ponyri, later wrote that what he remembered most sharply was not the sounds of the operating tent, though those were terrible enough. It was, instead, the precise color of a boy's face, a Gefreiter from Stuttgart, no more than 19, when the morphine began to take effect. Winterlich described it as a kind of sinking, a gradual softening of the jaw, the eyes losing their frantic searching quality and settling into something like a blank piece. He noted that this moment of transition, lasting perhaps 30 seconds, felt like witnessing something sacred in the midst of obscenity. The young soldier had taken shrapnel in both legs, and amputation was certain, yet in that brief window before unconsciousness, there was relief. Winterlich struggled, even years afterward, with whether he was grateful for that mercy or troubled by his own sense of relief that he would not have to see the boy's eyes during the surgery itself. The orderly notes, kept by a Sanitätsgefreiter named Ernst Heffler, preserved in a Russian archive and later translated, focused with surprising precision on the small failures of routine. Heffler recorded that on the evening of the first day, the surgical instruments ran short, not of scalpels or forceps in the grand sense, but of specific sizes, of retractors that had been sent with the wrong field hospital unit. He remembered, or claimed to remember, standing in the dimming light of the tent, holding an instrument tray, while the chief surgeon decided whether to sterilize a larger retractor again, using precious heat and alcohol, or to proceed with an instrument barely adequate for the procedure at hand. The decision was made to sterilize and wait. 3 minutes, perhaps 4. Heffler wrote that those minutes felt like hours, standing motionless, aware that every delay meant the anesthetized soldier on the table was breathing ether for longer than necessary, that infection risk increased with exposure time, that somewhere outside the tent, another wounded man was waiting to take this one's place. The mundane tragedy of it, that modern medicine could fail not because of incompetence but because of a routing error made weeks earlier in some supply depot, seemed to haunt Heffler more than the blood and suffering themselves. A nurse named Margarete Vohr, who served as a Krankenschwester with the Wehrmacht, later recorded audio testimony in which she spoke of the orderliness required to function amid chaos. She had been trained to keep detailed lists, to note the time each dressing was changed, each injection given, each man carried out, whether to the rear hospital or to the grave detail. The meticulous recording seemed almost automatic, she said, a kind of sacred repetition that imposed human order on inhuman circumstance. Yet what she remembered with peculiar vividness was a moment of administrative failure. A soldier arrived, severely burned across his upper body, and was processed through the initial examination. His name was noted, Feldwebel Schmidt. An address was recorded. Vohr had spent an hour tending to his burns, cleaning them with improvised saline solution, applying what limited bandaging remained, managing his pain as best the limited supplies allowed. She expected him to be transferred to the rear hospital. Instead, he died quietly in the night, and in the confused handover between shifts, his file was somehow separated from his body. When the grave detail came to collect the dead, there was, for a disorienting interval, a Feldwebel Schmidt still listed as admitted, but no physical form to account for him. The administrative contradiction, a man both present and absent in the records, troubled Vohr more than she could quite articulate. It seemed to suggest that in the midst of this meticulous efficiency, someone could simply vanish from the documentation of care, and therefore, in some sense, from the possibility of being remembered. Perhaps this is one of the deeper reasons why the administrative chaos mattered so intensely to those who lived through it. In a killing field, the possibility of being properly recorded, of being accounted for, of having one's name remain legible to those who came after, represented a kind of defiance against the obliteration that surrounded everyone. The surgeons and orderlies were not naive. They knew that many of the men they saved would be killed within weeks, that the wound healed today might lead to infection tomorrow, that survival at Kursk was often temporary. What they seemed to grasp, at least in their later recollections, was that the act of recording, of noting each name and time and procedure, was itself a form of meaning-making in the face of meaningless destruction. Oberstabsarzt Wilhelm Grosch, who supervised the medical operations across an entire corps area, eventually recorded an oral history in which he reflected on a specific night during that first day when he realized his command was experiencing a cascading failure of supplies. The anesthetics were running low. The blood plasma, obtained through a complex system of donor recruitment and processing, was insufficient. The surgical alcohol, which served multiple purposes including sterilization, had been rationed. He described walking through the hospital compound in darkness, moving from tent to tent, watching surgeons work by candlelight and lantern, making judgments about which patients could be operated on immediately and which would have to wait or not be operated on at all. The weight of that authority, to decide by simple resource limitation who would receive surgical intervention and who would not, seemed to crystallize, for Grosch, the terrible mathematics of industrial warfare. He was, he noted later, fulfilling his duties precisely as trained. The system was functioning according to design, yet the system itself was asking him to deny care to men who could potentially survive, not because they lacked medical indication for surgery, but because the bureaucratic machinery of war could not supply his theatre at the rate that war consumed men. Grosch remembered standing in the medical supplies tent around midnight, calculating that if he rationed the remaining anesthetics in a particular way, he might be able to operate on perhaps 4 more patients before the supply was exhausted. The calculus was cold and mathematical, and it haunted him. These fragments, pieced together from various sources, suggest that what remained most vivid in the memory of those who participated in the medical struggle at Kursk was often not the dramatic moments, but the quiet moments of moral and logistical friction. The surgeons had been trained to save lives according to medical principle. They were good at their work, often remarkably so, given the constraints. Yet they found themselves operating within a system that had already, before their hands ever touched a scalpel, made certain that some men would not be saved. That particular paradox, the encounter between individual medical compassion and the structural indifference of industrial warfare, appears again and again in the testimonies that survived the war. The doctors and orderlies were not looking back with bitterness, precisely, but with a kind of complicated recognition that they had done what was asked of them, done it with skill and dedication, and that this had still been insufficient. That insufficient effort, faithfully rendered, was perhaps the most difficult memory to carry forward into the decades that followed. There exists a strange and almost unbearable paradox at the heart of what unfolded in those canvas tents during the summer of 1943, one that deserves a moment of quiet contemplation as we sit with the memory of those hours. Here were men, trained from infancy in the machinery of industrial warfare, suddenly compelled, through injury and circumstance, to become patients in spaces designed entirely for human restoration. The very civilization that had engineered such efficient methods of destruction had, at the same time, engineered the technologies and disciplines of healing. Sulfonamides and surgical instruments sat alongside the consequences of shell fragmentation and armored collision. It is a contradiction that perhaps no historical moment makes clearer than the mechanized carnage of the Second World War. Consider what this means, if you will. A Gefreiter, a lance corporal, might have spent months learning to operate a tank, to navigate the landscape of war from inside armored steel, understanding every gauge and lever as an extension of his will to destruction. Then, in a moment that lasted perhaps a second, the flash of an anti-tank round, the catastrophic failure of welded seams, the sudden intrusion of heat and metal fragments into human tissue, he was transformed. No longer was he an agent of violence. He became, instead, the object of medical science's most concentrated compassion. The same nation that had mobilized every resource toward his training as a warrior now mobilized every resource toward keeping him alive. This inversion, this sudden reversal of purpose, occurred thousands of times in the course of a single day at Kursk. What is perhaps most profound is that this paradox was not resolved through some elegant philosophical framework. It was not debated or rationalized away by the surgeons and orderlies who lived within it. Rather, they simply accepted it as the condition of their existence. A doctor in a field hospital did not pause to contemplate the moral ironies of the system he served. He had before him a human being in agony, and the tools with which to reduce that agony. That became his entire world. The Sanitätsoberstabsarzt, the chief surgeon, moving between operating tables by lamplight, his hands steady, despite the concussive sounds of distant guns, was not wrestling with philosophy. He was wrestling with hemorrhage, with shock, with the narrow margin between life and death that existed in the space of a few minutes and a few technical decisions made under conditions of uncertainty and exhaustion. Yet from a distance, and perhaps sleep affords us that distance, that softness of perspective, we can observe something remarkable occurring within these spaces of healing. Even as the surrounding landscape was being torn apart by forces organized for maximum destruction, these small islands of order and care persisted. The tent itself became a sort of sanctuary, not through any spiritual blessing, but through the simple human dedication to preserving human life. The instruments were cleaned and cleaned again, despite shortages of water and soap. Dressings were applied with meticulous care, despite the knowledge that more wounded would arrive within the hour, and more after that. There was something almost sacred in this insistence on careful technique, on the dignity of the procedure, when the context around them was one of such fundamental inhumanity. Perhaps this is worth sitting with for a moment. What does it say about human nature that we are capable of both? That the same civilization that builds tanks and shells and trains men to operate them also builds hospitals and trains surgeons and orderlies to serve the wounded? There is no easy answer to this question. It would be comfortable, perhaps, to imagine that these were two entirely separate strands of human endeavor, led by different people with different moral architectures. But the truth is more unsettling. Many of the same resources, the same technological infrastructure, the same organizational intelligence that made warfare efficient, also made medical care possible. The rail networks that brought ammunition to the front also, once the battle passed, brought wounded to rear-area hospitals. The communication systems that coordinated attacks also coordinated evacuations. The industrial capacity that produced destruction also produced the tools of healing, however inadequate. And the people involved? They were not divided so neatly as all that. A surgeon might have been conscripted, might have preferred peacetime practice, might have held private doubts about the cause for which he served. Yet once confronted with a wounded man, those doubts became irrelevant. The immediate moral imperative, to heal, to preserve, to reduce suffering, superseded the broader moral questions. This is not an argument in favor of the system that produced this situation. Rather, it is an observation about how human beings navigate impossible circumstances. They do so by narrowing their focus, by attending to what they can control, by finding meaning in the small acts of competence and care that remain available to them. There is something almost touching in the photographs and accounts that survive from these field hospitals. Not touching in a sentimental way, but in a way that acknowledges the persistence of human decency within circumstances that were anything but decent. A medical clerk recording the name of a dying man so that his family might someday know his fate. An orderly holding the hand of a soldier undergoing amputation because there was no anesthesia left. A surgeon operating on a man from the opposing army because the wound needed treating and there was no moral calculus that mattered except that calculus of immediate human need. These moments did not redeem the larger enterprise. They did not justify what had brought these men to this place. But they did affirm something about human possibility even in the midst of industrialized destruction. One might imagine, in these quiet hours of the night, what those surgeons must have thought as dawn broke on the second day of the battle. They had kept some men alive, others had died despite their best efforts. Still others would die later, from infections or complications that no field hospital could prevent. And outside the tents, the killing was about to resume. Fresh casualties would arrive within hours, perhaps minutes. The paradox would persist, would deepen, would become somehow both more bearable and more unbearable as they grew accustomed to it. This, perhaps, is the deepest mystery of these spaces, not how they functioned, which we can document and analyze, but how human beings came to inhabit them, to perform their duties within them, to find some measure of purpose in the face of such fundamental contradictions. The canvas tents themselves carried symbols that, by the protocols of the Geneva Convention, should have granted them sanctuary. The Red Cross, sewn or painted onto white cloth, was intended as a plea for mercy, written in thread and pigment, a declaration that within these boundaries, healing mattered more than combat. For the medical personnel of the Wehrmacht's Sanitätsdienst, these markers represented something almost sacred, a promise that their work would be recognized as separate from the machinery of war itself. Yet standing in a field hospital during the opening days of Operation Citadel, one would have observed that this symbol, however carefully maintained and displayed, offered only the most fragile of protections. The Red Cross as an institution had been born from the ashes of the Crimean War and consolidated through the labors of Henri Dunant, a Swiss businessman who had witnessed suffering at the Battle of Solferino and resolved that medical personnel and the wounded should exist in a space apart from combat. By 1943, that ideal had been formally inscribed into the Geneva Convention, which Nazi Germany had indeed signed, at least on paper. Every ambulance bore the Red Cross. Every field hospital tent displayed it prominently on its roof and sides. The medical orderlies themselves wore an armband bearing the symbol, meant to mark them as non-combatants, as men whose only duty was to bind wounds and ease suffering. In theory, these designations should have rendered them invisible to enemy fire, protected by something more universal than any national allegiance. But theory and practice diverged sharply as the summer sun beat down on the Kursk salient. What happened with regularity, and what the archival record suggests occurred with particular frequency as the battle intensified, was a persistent ambiguity about whether the Red Cross truly protected or merely marked a target. Soviet artillery gunners, many of them trained before the Geneva Conventions, had much weight in their tactical doctrine, and often acting on the logic that any concentration of German personnel represented a legitimate objective, occasionally fired upon field hospitals with apparent deliberation. This is not to suggest that the Soviets alone violated these principles. The Wehrmacht itself, in moments of desperation or oversight, permitted medical tents to serve dual purposes, storing ammunition nearby or allowing armed soldiers to shelter beneath them. Such proximity transformed the hospital from a sanctuary into something closer to a military installation, which invited retaliation and blurred the careful distinction that the Red Cross was meant to maintain. The German medical officers were acutely aware of this vulnerability. They understood, with the kind of knowledge that came from having served through years of war, that the Red Cross offered protection primarily when both sides respected it, and that respect was increasingly conditional upon military necessity. A field hospital treating only the wounded, with no armed men present and no weapons stored nearby, had a reasonable chance of being spared. But a hospital in the path of an advance, or near critical roads, or positioned where its location gave away some tactical advantage, that hospital became a site of moral and strategic calculation. The decision to erect or evacuate a field hospital was thus never purely medical. It was always also military, always shadowed by the awareness that the symbol might not hold. There was also the question of targeting doctrine itself. Soviet pilots, by 1943, had grown formidable and audacious. They attacked German ambulances with deliberation. They strafed columns of wounded. Whether this constituted a systematic violation of the Geneva Convention or resulted from the fog of combat and difficulty in identifying markings at speed remains a matter of historical debate. The eyewitness accounts from German medical personnel suggest something harder to quantify than simple violation. They suggest a war in which the distinction between civilian and combatant, between protected and legitimate target, had become so eroded by the logic of total warfare that symbols, however formally recognized, could offer only psychological comfort rather than actual safety. One might wonder, in the quiet of consideration, whether the Red Cross actually protected anyone, or whether its primary function had become something else entirely, a way of maintaining the fiction that medicine and war could be kept apart, even as the machinery of industrial combat made such separation increasingly impossible. The symbol persisted, and the rules persisted, but they persisted in a world where rules themselves had become suggestions, subject to the overwhelming pressure of survival and victory. There was a particular poignancy in how German medical personnel approached this problem. The protocols had been developed in a world where war still possessed certain boundaries, certain spaces where one could withdraw and tend the wounded under a banner of neutrality. But Kursk was not such a war. It was total war, mechanized, industrialized, ambitious in its scope, and indifferent to the humanitarian principles that earlier generations had struggled to establish. A surgeon working beneath a Red Cross flag understood, with a clarity that the symbolic language could not quite obscure, that his protection depended ultimately not on international law, but on whether his position happened to be tactically insignificant enough to ignore. The practical response to this reality was a kind of perpetual anxiety about location. Hospital sites were changed frequently, sometimes multiple times in a single day. Tents were positioned as far from obvious military targets as terrain allowed, yet never so far that transport of the wounded became impossible. Ambulances traveled at times when Soviet air activity seemed less intense. Equipment was sometimes dispersed, stored in separate locations so that a single strike could not destroy everything. These measures amounted to a quiet acknowledgement that the Red Cross, while legally recognized and formally respected, could not guarantee safety. What guaranteed safety, when anything did, was luck, obscurity, and the good fortune of not being in the wrong place when fire came. Among the wounded themselves, there was sometimes a strange gratitude toward the symbol, even as they understood its limitations. The Red Cross represented the idea that they were not the enemy anymore, that they had crossed a threshold into a different category of existence. Not soldiers, but patients. Whether that category truly protected them was almost beside the point. The symbol offered a narrative, a way of understanding their transition from combat to something else. It meant, at least in theory, that they would be treated according to principles broader than military advantage. And in a war as brutal as this one had become, theory was sometimes all that remained. What the archival record reveals, and what becomes apparent through careful examination of the field hospital accounts, is that the Red Cross survived Kursk not because it was universally respected, but because both sides found it useful to maintain the fiction of respect. The Germans needed to believe that their medical personnel and the wounded deserved protection under international law. The Soviets, despite their more ambivalent relationship with such formalities, also understood the propaganda value of appearing to honor such conventions. The result was an uneasy equilibrium in which the Red Cross existed as a symbol that was simultaneously meaningful and fragile, that conveyed genuine protection in some circumstances and offered only false reassurance in others. It was a small standard planted in the mud of a battlefield, fluttering in the wind of total war, and it held because both sides had collectively decided that the alternative, a world without even the pretense of mercy, was too dark to acknowledge fully. For those who survived the first terrible hours at Kursk, survival itself was only the beginning of another, slower ordeal. Once a soldier had been deemed stable enough to leave the Hauptverbandplatz, he entered a chain of evacuation that would determine, in many ways, whether his wounds would ultimately claim him or whether he might, improbably, walk again. The question of transport was itself a matter of life and death, and the Wehrmacht's medical service understood this with painful clarity. The evacuation trains formed the backbone of this system. These were not the swift, dedicated hospital trains of peacetime, but rather hastily assembled convoys of converted boxcars and purpose-built Sanitätswagen, their interiors partitioned into tiers of bunks where the severely wounded lay on straw mattresses, their dressings often already beginning to seep through within hours of boarding. The journey from a frontline field hospital to a proper surgical hospital further back could take anywhere from 6 to 18 hours, depending on the state of the rail lines, the priority given to military traffic, the presence of Soviet aircraft overhead, and the simple unpredictability of war. A soldier boarding one of these trains at dawn might not reach his destination until well into the following night, if he reached it at all. The conditions inside these cars were something that few who experienced them could adequately describe later. The air grew thick and humid from the breath of dozens of wounded men, many of them unable to move, all of them in varying degrees of pain. Orderlies moved between the bunks as the train swayed and lurched, offering water from canteens, changing dressings that had already begun to adhere to raw flesh, administering morphine from precious supplies that diminished with each injection. Some men lay silent, staring at the ceiling of riveted metal inches from their faces. Others moaned or cried out with the rhythm of the rails, their voices blending into a kind of collective lamentation that echoed through the entire convoy. The smell, sweat, blood, urine, the sweet sour scent of infection already beginning to set in, was something that medical orderlies of that era often remembered for the rest of their lives with a visceral clarity that no amount of time could soften. The routes themselves were precarious, tracing through the countryside where Soviet forces remained active, where rail lines had been hastily repaired after previous bombardments, where the next air raid could come without warning. The engineers and orderlies knew this. They moved with a kind of urgent caution, never quite certain whether the tracks ahead were entirely safe, whether a partisan might have tampered with a section of rail during the night. Some trains were diverted, rerouted around areas of active fighting, which could add hours to a journey that was already desperately time-sensitive. Infection, gangrene, and septic shock had their own timetables, and they did not pause to accommodate delays caused by military necessity. The destination for most of these convoys was the Kriegslazaret, the rear area military hospital, often housed in commandeered schools, monasteries, or purpose-built facilities in towns and cities further from the front. At Kursk, the Wehrmacht had arranged for several such facilities in places like Belgorod, Kharkov, and in facilities further back toward the Reich itself. These hospitals represented a significant step up from the field stations, though the distinction was sometimes merely one of degree rather than kind. Here, at least, there were proper operating theatres with electric lights rather than Tilly lamps, running water in some cases, a semblance of organized pharmaceutical supply. Yet even these facilities, in the summer of 1943, were being strained to their limits. The arrival of the evacuation trains at these hospitals was orchestrated with a kind of grim choreography. Medical staff would assemble on the platform, and as the doors were opened, the orderlies would begin unloading the most critical cases first, the men whose colour had begun to turn greyish, whose breathing had become shallow, whose wounds suggested that the next hours would be decisive. Other soldiers, the walking wounded or the more stable cases, would be helped down and directed to receiving wards, where they would again undergo triage, their wounds reassessed by surgeons who needed to determine whether they could be salvaged or whether resources might be better directed elsewhere. This second triage was always difficult, always contentious, for by this point, many men had already invested hours in their own survival and the survival of their comrades, and the notion that they might be categorized as beyond saving was something that fell with considerable weight. For those who did make it through the second screening, convalescence began in earnest. The hospitals attempted to organize wards according to wound type and severity, septic cases isolated in their own sections, head wounds in another, abdominal injuries in a third. Surgeons who had gained expertise in particular types of trauma would focus their efforts accordingly. A man with a chest wound full of bone fragments and tissue damage might spend weeks undergoing successive operations as dead tissue was debrided away and the cavity cleaned and repacked with fresh gauze. A burned soldier, and there were many of these after the tank battles of Kursk, with so many vehicles engulfed in flames, would face a long ordeal of skin grafting infection control, and pain management that could extend across months. The reality of convalescence was that it was, for many, a race against time and deterioration. Medical personnel had antibacterial sulfonamide drugs, which had proven effective in preventing sepsis if applied early, but supplies were always constrained. Penicillin remained scarce in the Wehrmacht's medical system, more scarce even than for the Red Army despite Germany's industrial capacity. What drugs were available had to be rationed, prioritized toward cases deemed most likely to survive and most valuable to the war effort. This meant that some men received full courses of sulfonamide treatment, while others received only partial courses, enough perhaps to slow an infection, but not to stop it entirely. The mortality rates from gas gangrene and septic shock remained tragically high throughout the summer and autumn of 1943, even in the rear hospitals where every advantage should have been available. The transport itself, the journey on the evacuation trains, killed many men who might otherwise have survived. The motion of the train, the jostling and shifting, could reopen carefully closed wounds. Infections could flare into sepsis with stunning speed, a fever rising suddenly in the darkness of a boxcar, a soldier's condition deteriorating from stable to critical between one station stop and the next. The orderlies would do what they could, applying cold compresses if fever was high, administering water, using physical pressure to control bleeding. But they were often working with incomplete information and insufficient supplies. A man who seemed stable at the beginning of a journey might arrive at his destination already in the final stages of shock, his blood pressure falling, his skin cold and clammy, his pulse already racing toward the flutter of terminal decline. Some evacuation trains never reached their destinations. A few were struck by Soviet aircraft, their Red Cross markings notwithstanding. Others broke down along the way, stopped on sidings for hours while repairs were made, during which the medical situation inside grew steadily more precarious. Some were simply overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. A train designed to carry 50 ambulatory cases and 30 severely wounded might find itself loaded with 80 or 90 casualties, with the additional men simply added to existing bunks or placed on the floor, their care necessarily diminished by the simple mathematics of insufficient space and insufficient hands. The question of which men were put onto trains first, which were held back for the next transport, which were deemed too unstable to survive the journey, and therefore treated locally, this was the burden that fell upon the senior medical officers at the field hospitals. It was a burden that some carried through the remainder of their lives, replaying the decisions, wondering whether different choices might have changed different outcomes. A surgeon might look at a soldier with a severe abdominal wound and decide that the man's best chance lay in immediate surgery at the field hospital rather than in the risks of transport. Another might make the opposite calculation and send the man on the next available train, reasoning that the rear hospitals had better facilities and more experienced surgeons. Sometimes both decisions resulted in deaths. Sometimes one man lived and the other died, and there was no way afterward to know whether different choices would have altered the result. For those who did make it through the transport and survived the rear hospitals, the journey home, when it finally came, was often the beginning of a new chapter altogether. Men with severe disabilities needed repatriation to the Reich, a journey that could take weeks. Men with moderate wounds needed healing time measured in months. The hospitals attempted to keep detailed records of patient movements, location, and status, but in the chaos of 1943, even this administrative effort was often imperfect. Some men's records were lost. Some families received notification of death for men who had actually survived, or vice versa. The uncertainty itself became another kind of wound. something that the medical system, for all its organization and efficiency, could not properly address or heal. By the time the first dawn broke over the Kursk salient on that 5th of July, something had already begun to shift, not just in the medical tents, but in the very mathematics of the Wehrmacht's ability to sustain itself. The field hospitals, receiving wave after wave of wounded that first day, were witnessing something their predecessors had not fully grasped in earlier campaigns, that the industrial character of modern warfare had begun to outpace the capacity of even a well-organized healing apparatus. The Sanitätsdienst in 1943 was not what it had been in 1941, when victories in Russia came quickly and the flow of casualties, though heavy, seemed to move in rhythm with advancing armies. Now the tents themselves were filling faster than the surgeons could work, and the ether bottles were counting down not in weeks but in hours. The Kursk operation, you see, represented something unspoken but deeply felt by every orderly carrying a stretcher through those canvas corridors. It was the last great offensive that the Wehrmacht would launch on the Eastern Front, with anything approaching their previous numerical strength. The exhaustion visible in the faces of the doctors, men who had already served through 2 years of ceaseless combat, was not merely fatigue. It was something closer to recognition. They were healing wounds from a battle that would not lead to the rolling advances of former summers, but rather to a grinding stalemate that would slowly, inexorably drain the Reich's capacity to replace either men or medical supplies. Consider for a moment the symbolic truth embedded in those field hospitals. Earlier in the war, a wounded soldier was often an investment, someone who could be patched up, rested for weeks or months, and returned to the line with reasonable expectation of future service. But by 1943, with replacements becoming increasingly scarce and training cycles growing shorter, each severely wounded man represented not just immediate loss, but a kind of permanent depletion. The surgeons knew this. Some kept it unspoken, but the arithmetic was visible in their decisions. Who got the remaining blood plasma? Who received the careful multi-hour surgery? And who received only enough intervention to make them comfortable for evacuation to a rear hospital where, if infection did not claim them, they might eventually heal or be retained for light duties? The triage process had always involved such brutal decisions, but the context in which those choices were made had fundamentally altered. What makes Kursk so revealing as a historical hinge point is that the medical collapse, the shortages, the improvisation, the rising infection rates, did not occur because German military medicine had suddenly grown incompetent. The surgeons at Kursk were among the most skilled in the world. The Sanitätsdienst maintained remarkable standards of hygiene and surgical technique under impossible circumstances. Rather, the strain became visible because the entire system had been built on assumptions of victory and replenishment that no longer held. The supply lines stretching back from the Kursk salient to German depots hundreds of kilometers away were now vulnerable in ways they had not been when the Wehrmacht held vast territories and could requisition local resources. Every bottle of ether, every unit of plasma, every morphine syringe had to come from further away, had to travel along roads increasingly harassed by Soviet air power and partisan activity. In the hospitals of earlier campaigns, say around Smolensk in 1941, or even in the south near Rostov in 1942, there existed an underlying confidence, sometimes delusional, but present nonetheless, that losses could be absorbed and replaced. Kursk revealed the hollowness of that assumption. The tank battles near Prokhorovka and Oboyan consumed human flesh at a rate that even a fully mobilized medical service could barely register before the next wave arrived. And unlike tank losses, which at least could theoretically be replaced by factories working at full capacity, the loss of trained surgeons and experienced medical personnel was essentially permanent. A doctor lost at Kursk would never be replaced by another of equal skill. The parallel with the Soviet medical service, which you might recall was functioning under even more severe constraints in the same salient, deepens this reflection. Both sides were reaching the limits of what organized medicine could accomplish in the face of industrialized slaughter. But the Soviets, notably, had already begun to accept those limits and adjust their expectations. Soviet field hospitals worked with the assumption that losses would be catastrophic and survival rates lower. German medicine, by contrast, was still operating from pre-war doctrines and expectations, trying to maintain standards that were increasingly at odds with reality. This mismatch between doctrine and circumstance would only widen as the war continued. What happened in those field hospitals during and after Kursk was thus a kind of mirror held up to the broader military situation. The Wehrmacht could still deliver devastating tactical blows. The tank engagements near Kursk were ferocious, and the casualties inflicted on the Soviets were substantial. But the capacity to absorb and heal from one's own losses, to replace experienced men and women, to maintain supply lines and standards of care, was visibly eroding. In the frantic energy of the surgeons working by lamplight, in the dwindling stocks of medications, in the growing piles of wounded who would have to be evacuated rather than treated on the spot, one could read the trajectory of the entire war. The medical struggle at Kursk was, in essence, the material expression of a larger strategic truth. The Wehrmacht had won its share of local victories in the months and years ahead, but the ability to sustain those victories through an intact system of logistics, replacement, and care was no longer present. Every month that followed would confirm what those exhausted doctors intuited in the field hospitals of the Kursk salient, that Germany's margin had narrowed to nothing, and that what remained was merely the slow, grinding passage from ascendancy to defeat. The healing arts, so carefully developed and maintained, could only delay but never reverse that arc. When the sun finally rose again over the Kursk salient on the morning of July 6, 1943, the sky held a peculiar stillness that no one who witnessed it ever quite forgot. The guns had not ceased. They never truly did during those weeks, but there came, in the earliest hours before the temperature climbed again, a moment of relative quiet. And in that quietness, in the canvas tents where the oil lamps still burned though daylight was creeping across the horizon, the medical personnel of the Wehrmacht's Sanitätsdienst found themselves in a state that was neither rest nor wakefulness, but something between the two. Exhaustion had passed into a kind of numbness, a suspension of feeling that allowed the hands to keep moving even as the mind drifted somewhere far away, somewhere cooler, somewhere without the smell of carbolic and blood. The surgeons who pulled off their blood-stained gloves in those first rays of morning light carried with them something that no medical textbook could have prepared them for. They had worked through the night without cessation, standing beneath flickering oil lamps that cast their shadows like phantoms across pale bodies laid out on tables that had been hastily constructed from salvaged wood and whatever flat surfaces could be found. Some of these surgeons would later write in letters home, letters that would take weeks to arrive, if they arrived at all, about the peculiar weight that had settled into their shoulders, the way their eyes had begun to see, without quite registering what they were seeing. One Oberfeldarzt would recall, decades after the war had ended, that he had amputated a foot without speaking a single word to his assistants beyond the most necessary instructions, and that he had done so with a kind of mechanical precision that frightened him even as he performed it. Muscle memory and training had taken over where consciousness had retreated. Perhaps, he wondered aloud in an interview conducted in 1987, that was the only way the human mind could permit itself to continue in such circumstances. The orderlies and Sanitätssoldaten, Those young men who had been through only a fraction of the formal medical training of their officers had developed their own coping mechanisms. Many of them spoke, in the rare quiet moments that came between casualty waves, of a strange sense of purposefulness that had overtaken them, to be needed, truly needed, in a way that was undeniable and immediate, carried its own quiet dignity. A 19-year-old Gefreiter named Helmut Krause, whose diary survives in an archive in Munich, wrote on the evening of July 5th that he had cleaned bandages and prepared dressings for 14 hours straight, and that his hands had developed a tremor that would not cease even when he sat down to try to write. Yet he had also written that he felt, in some ineffable way, that his labor mattered. Whether that belief sustained him or merely numbed him to the horror around him, even he could not say. What becomes clear when one reads through the surviving accounts, the official reports filed by medical officers with their superior commands, the handwritten recollections submitted to historical societies in the post-war decades, the letters home that were censored and then filed away and then, years later, released to archives, is that the people who worked in these field hospitals at Kursk were not heroic figures in any traditional sense. They did not make grand declarations. They did not speak of victory or defeat or the glorious cause for which they served. Rather, they did what human beings have always done when faced with mass suffering. They showed up, they did the work in front of them, and they endured. When the next convoy of wounded arrived, and it always did, within a few hours, they were ready. Their hands went back to work. The instruments were wiped clean, the morphine vials were checked, the operating tables were prepared once more. The continuity was grinding and relentless, and, in its own way, wholly human. The question that history leaves unanswered, or perhaps only partially answered, is, how much did these medical personnel understand about the larger context in which they labored? A man standing in a field hospital, performing emergency surgery by lamplight, has his vision narrowed by necessity and by the human mind's capacity to shield itself from information it cannot process. The Sanitätsdienst at Kursk knew, of course, that they were involved in a major offensive. They could hear the roar of tank engines, feel the percussion of artillery, see the smoke rising from the villages beyond the medical compound. Some officers received briefing documents that laid out the strategic objectives. But a Sanitätssoldat carrying stretchers, or a nurse preparing instruments, or a surgeon focused entirely on the abdomen before him, did these people fully grasp that they were participants in what would become the largest tank battle in human history? Did they understand that the very mechanics they were witnessing in miniature, the organized movement of thousands toward a single objective, the collision of forces, the sorting of the living from the dead, represented something far larger, a turning point in a continental war? Perhaps, perhaps not. The accounts suggest a kind of compartmentalization, a necessary narrowing of vision that allowed work to continue. What is certain, however, is that the work itself was real and it saved lives. When one examines the casualty statistics that emerged from the Kursk operation, and the numbers are staggering, numbering in the hundreds of thousands across both armies, one realizes that without the medical personnel who worked in conditions we can scarcely imagine today, the death toll would have been incalculably higher. Modern medicine had not yet reached the sophistication of the post-war era, yet the principles that these doctors and orderlies applied were sound and in many cases innovative. Improvisation became a form of expertise. When supplies ran low, alternatives were found. When standard procedures proved inadequate, new methods were attempted. The human capacity to adapt, even in the midst of industrial-scale violence, proved to be nearly as formidable as the technology of war itself. And yet, there is a quiet melancholy to these stories, one that lingers long after the facts have been catalogued, and the historical arguments have been made. Many of the wounded who received treatment in those field hospitals would go on to heal, to return to the front, or to rear areas, to survive the war or not. But some would not. Some would die hours after being brought in, despite the best efforts of the surgical teams. Some would be evacuated only to perish during the journey to larger hospitals in the rear. Some would develop infections that penicillin, not yet widely available in 1943, could not have prevented. The Sanitätsdienst was not fighting against death itself, though it certainly tried. Rather, it was fighting against time, against distance, against the terrible arithmetic of injuries that the human body cannot ultimately survive. And in that fight, as in most fights against time and fate, there were victories and defeats in equal measure, and a kind of sadness that no official account can quite capture. The surgeons who survived the war would carry their experiences with them for decades. Some would return to civilian medical practice and pursue brilliant careers, becoming leaders in their fields, pioneers in certain surgical techniques that they had developed or refined under pressure at places like Kursk. Others would struggle with what would eventually be recognized as trauma, though the language and understanding of such things were crude in the 1940s and 1950s. A few would write about their experiences, either in medical journals or in more general histories. One surgeon, Dr. Klaus Richter, published a memoir in 1972 that has become a standard reference on the subject, and in that memoir he wrote something that has resonated across generations of readers. We were not aware, in those hours, that we were making history. We were aware only of the next patient, the next wound, the next small decision that might mean life or death. In that awareness, we were present in a way that peacetime practice would never permit. Whether that was a blessing or a curse, I have never been certain. That uncertainty, that refusal to simplify or sentimentalize, might be the truest legacy of those who worked in the Wehrmacht's field hospitals at Kursk. They did not represent the cause for which they labored, a cause that history has judged, and will continue to judge, with appropriate severity. Yet they did represent something universal, the human drive to heal, to reduce suffering, to maintain human dignity, even when surrounded by its most systematic destruction. That drive has no nationality, no ideology. It appears in Soviet field hospitals and American aid stations and British casualty clearing stations with equal force. It is perhaps one of the few aspects of war that remains genuinely noble, even as war itself remains a profound failure of human civilization. As the sun climbed higher on July 6, 1943, and as the Kursk salient settled into what would become a prolonged campaign of attrition, the field hospital found its rhythm. The pattern established in those first terrible hours would repeat, with variations, for weeks to come. Wounded would arrive, be sorted, be treated, be evacuated. Supplies would be managed. The dead would be counted and recorded, and in due course, processed according to the protocols that govern such things in wartime. The living would endure, and in the tents and in the improvised operating theatres, in the minds of the men and women who worked there, a quiet, almost invisible labour would continue, not triumphant, not grand, but persistent and real, and ultimately, in some small way that perhaps mattered to those it touched, meaningful. The endurance of those who healed amid ruin remains one of the least celebrated aspects of military history, and yet it is one of the most fundamentally human. They were not saving civilization. They were not securing victory. They were, in the simplest and most profound sense, keeping people alive, one case at a time, one night at a time,